Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, and Nick, a show for all the ages. I can't wait to your show.
Really?
Today.
You're that excited for it?
Wow. I'm very excited. Very excited.
Cool.
Hi, John.
Are we getting the echoey thing that triggers Josh, or am my levels good?
You sound like you're on a computer.
Echo.
But...
Well,
like
I am. No, the echo that it sometimes comes back because apparently my microphone picks up every sound on Earth.
No, it sounds amazing.
You sound as good as you.
Okay, I'm going to adjust up just a little bit. I apologize. I would have had this straightened away earlier, but this is my new computer, so I'm still getting used to it. Also, just had a near tragedy. So I went down. I was desperate for caffeine. So, by the way, there's a reason why today the Grum down will only be verbally verbalized. And
Grum down.
This is the payback, because I know Higgins, he sponsors it, and the rooferees are great. We love the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard, but we also know what John Higgins' primary job used to be. And we all know my issues that I have had with that. So I want to consider this karma for me going after the officials, and now I'm paying it back. And so now we are even, because I had to go down and get some caffeine, but I didn't have time to go to my ABC store across the street and get these for like $1.50. And I ended up paying like $6 for this. So I'm crediting this to the referees and the karma, and the fact that my hotel room key just decided to stop working. So I had to run down. I had to run back to the desk. They took care of me, got back up here. We're all good. Everything's good.
It's a long walk, John. It's a long walk. You got to walk all the way back to the elevator bank. And, it takes you just 5 minutes to get to to where you want to go. I just didn't time it out very well today. You love to go to the ABC store, though. He is very.
Does he really?
Very into the ABC
Dude,
store.
if you aren't doing the ABC store to get like stuff like this, sodas, waters, beers, you're doing
I'm here
it
at
wrong.
the ABC store 2 nights ago.
Yeah,
and just walked with him. Yeah,
that's allowed in Las Vegas.
It's very allowed.
You're allowed to do almost
it's two for $7.
They really don't care.
Yeah. It was two. It's $2 for $7 for like the big 25.
2 for $7 mega cans, and then 2 for $5 regular cans. So I got 2 for $5, just like the the screw-off bottle Coors Lights.
Wow!
And just
there's so much big beer in Las Vegas.
Yeah, so much big beer.
Yeah, but it's a lot cheaper that way. But I also heard another story as I was gallivanting around this morning. This is, I don't know if it's amazing or scary or both.
Scary.
So there is, I won't say who, but there is someone who's
Dylan Raiola.
There is someone who is close to our travel party who is here with us this week. And he won some money at the tables.
Ooh, what game?
2 nights ago. Probably, I'm guessing blackjack. I didn't ask because I was kind of in a hurry. but he usually plays a lot of blackjack. So he wins money. He goes to cash in his chips at the cashier, and they shorted him. So, but he didn't realize it at the time.
How much?
It was $100.
Oh,
That's a big short.
You can buy a lot of Popeyes on Friday with that kind of money.
But this was 2 nights ago. I saw him down by the cashier's table or cashier's, kiosk as I was going to get my John Higgins Weather Guard $6 Karma soda. And what happened was he and the person that he knows in our travel party were just hanging out down in the lobby. They were just chatting. The AI eye in the sky camera technology recognized him.
Yep.
And a security guard came over.
Gave him 100 smackaroos.
Check the tape.
Well, came over and said, hey, our cashiers believe that they shorted you the other night, and we want you to go back to the cashier's thing so they can get you your $100.
It's a beautiful, beautiful city.
What a city.
Yeah, I oftentimes think about that.
Thank
Like,
you, surveillance.
So
state.
I was kind of walking around by myself
Omaha
for
could
like
never.
a majority of Sunday, right? Because nobody was there yet.
Sad.
Well, John wasn't there yet, and the team was off practicing and all that stuff. So I'm just kind of walking around aimlessly. And I was thinking during that time, man, I'm kind of like alone right now. There's nothing, I'm just a person. Nobody saw me or knew I
I'm just
existed.
a bill.
And then I thought,
bill.
Nice
you cannot
reference.
do anything secret in Vegas.
Dude, I don't think you can do anything secret anywhere anymore. I don't know how murder takes place anymore without getting caught. Murder seems like it's
Josh is like, make murder great again.
No, it's never been harder to murder. I think about it all the time.
He said disapprovingly.
I think about it all the time.
Of course you do.
Murder
I
is,
think about it all the time.
It's the hardest it's ever been.
Is this going to be like the addendum to the manifesto? Addendum 3. Murdering in a time of AI.
If you really wanted to be a murderer, you should have done it 30 years ago. That's what Josh is saying.
The old days were a whole lot better.
So
in regards to that,
there's a TV show, I think it was CBS, called Person of Interest with what's his face from Passion of the Christ.
John Caviezel.
Yeah.
Jim Caviezel.
Jim Caviezel. Jesus to you and me.
The whole bit of that show was there was this big AI security thing tapping into all the cameras around the world. Murder still happened in that show.
Like Dark Knight.
Yeah,
so
but
don't worry, Josh. Murder still
I
happened.
will never, not one single time.
There
Speaking
will
of,
always be murders.
What a great gift. I mean, that's unprecedented. Guy just comes out of nowhere and gives you $100.
It's not really a gift, though. It's your money.
It's your money, but you didn't know.
it's like a tax.
You didn't
return.
know. You didn't realize it, and then they figured it out, and they came and found you.
Yeah, and it was money that you previously didn't have.
Yeah.
So it's really not even your money.
Like
I love getting money.
finding a 20 in your coat pocket.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of murder.
No, but it's not though, because it's
Yeah,
not your money. You want it.
It's AI finding $100 in your coat pocket.
Yeah. Shout out to AI. Thank you, AI. Right, Nick?
Thank you, AI, says Nick Grim.
It's a useful tool when it's not being abused. Why it mostly is
Like for spell check errors?
Interesting.
Remember that character?
Yeah. The cool thing about that, though, is there's already a thing that does spell check that you don't have to use AI for.
All right. So I wanted to, thank you, Dave Fight, quoting me. Hey, speaking of murder. So I started a new show last night, and I think this is a show right up John Bishop's alley. I think it might be a show up all of our alleys.
Careful. Don't say that too loud.
John
gets
Bishop,
triggered.
John Bishop, the viral Creighton announcer?
The viral Creighton announcer.
That's
John,
an absolutely horse crap call.
I think this is
Dear
a
God.
show for you.
Yeah,
Well, it is called Death by Lightning. It is on Netflix.
Whoa.
really?
There are only 4 episodes, and I've only watched one. It is about the assassination of Andrew Garfield in the 1800s.
That's the guy.
The President Garfield, the cat.
John, the cast is loaded. First of all, Tom Wamsgams from
Whoa.
Succession. He is the guy who's going to be doing the assassinating.
I'm in.
Oh wow,
James
Tom
Garfield.
doing the assassinating. How much does he? How much
He's a
does he
stinky
like the
man in this
character?
show. He's
Oh,
very
okay.
dirty all the time.
I'm
very
in.
dirty.
That sounds awesome.
Okay.
The
Cool.
Garfield is played by Michael Shannon. You will recognize this man. He was on. Did you ever watch Boardwalk Empire?
No.
Did
Oh
anyone
yeah,
in this
yeah,
room-
Michael Shannon. He was Zod. He was Zod in the new Supermans, right?
You know what I know him from?
What do you know him from?
Kangaroo Jack.
There you go. So he's in Kangaroo
He's
Jack.
in Knives Out.
See, look at that. Everybody knows him from something.
Yeah.
So he is playing Garfield. Other people that you will recognize in this movie.
The Shape of Water.
Never saw that garbage, Nick. Let's see. I'm trying to think of all of the other. I'm just going to open up the cast list.
Good idea.
Every character that kept showing up, I'm like, whoa, I know that person. All right, let's see. Nick Offerman has an appearance. He does a funny laugh at one point, like Ron Swanson. He's like, and I was like, well, that's the Ron Swanson laugh. Shea Wiggum, who was also on Boardwalk Empire.
On Boardwalk, yeah.
You would recognize him. Bradley Whitford, also the facial hair on this show, given it's set in the 1800s.
Oh yeah, I bet it's immaculate.
Tremendous. You recognize that guy, Happer?
I don't. He kind of looks like Sean Penn a little bit.
Paula Mackelmson, I didn't know that was her name, but I recognized her from things as well. Anyway, I think this is a show for all of us. I think that the people watching and listening to this show right now and the people that are hosting it would really dig it. John, I think you would.
This
Is
seems
it
by lightning.
It's like a short series. Like how many episodes?
Only 4 episodes. 4-episode
Okay.
miniseries.
The wife just texted me and said this was the show you were asking about, because I kind of caught a glimpse from like the side view, and I saw Michael Shannon and I saw the
she was
sideburns,
watching it,
and she was watching it. So I'm asking
Very
her
good.
if she liked it, but she likes that kind of stuff. So
Yeah.
it sounds good. I'm intrigued. That's kind of a blind spot, in my history.
couldn't agree more. That's why I was like, this is gonna be awesome. I'm gonna learn.
You're
some
trying to
stuff.
get John to watch more murder shows.
Well, I mean, assassination. It's American
Still
history.
murder.
Listen, I'm very fascinated by. I mean, we just passed
murdered.
another anniversary of the Kennedy assassination. By the way, speaking of that, I was at dinner the other night and I was bored. I was all by myself because no one wants to hang around me because I have a virus.
What'd you do? Wait,
I have a virus. I have a virus.
Oh, the viral thing. Is that what he said?
Anyway, and there was a screenshot of the Onion front page from the Kennedy assassination.
Ooh, this sounds fun.
Ooh.
How it talks about how he was killed by the Giancano family, the CIA, jealous husbands, people. He was shot 190 times or so. It's very dark humor, Onion funny, but
We had a boss who worked for the Onion.
People forget.
We did have a boss who
He
worked
also
for the
played
Onion.
guitar.
Whatever
That
happened to
happened-
that guy?
I think that was pre-Happer.
It was he was here 6 months.
Yes, he was not.
I
here
don't
very
know
long.
about
This
that
was an
guy.
upstairs boss.
Was he here longer than President Garfield was president?
So, I don't know, Nick. Spoiler alert. I don't want to know.
What
I
do you
don't either.
mean worked for the Onion?
He wrote for
He
the
would-
Onion.
yeah, he was-
Claims
told us
he
about-
wrote for the Onion.
Yeah, he told us about this very famous story. Let's see. Kid prays to God, Onion. Let's see if I can find this. And it was like, God says no. Here it is. He said, I wrote this story titled God Answers Prayers of Paralyzed Little Boy. And then the first line is, no, says God. He says that he wrote that story.
I remember seeing that one around.
And
Yep.
then this guy ended up leaving us
Oh my
because
God.
he started dating someone in the office.
Is that
Don't you
true?
remember that?
I forgot about that part of the
I
story.
didn't know that happened.
Yeah. One of the salespeople,
Ooh.
right?
Uh-oh.
I
Well,
don't know.
neither one of them
Oh,
were
they're all
here. And
gone?
it wasn't. I don't think it was a bad dating. It was kind of like Michael Scott and Jan dating,
Oh, nice. Great
but
reference.
probably less funny.
Stib says, what was his name? Kurt? Is that what
Kurt.
his name was?
I think that was his name.
Mr.
Kurt.
Kurt. I think
Mr.
I
Kurt.
talked to that man one time.
One
One time ever.
The only time
we had that one meeting, and that's when
Yeah.
he talked about his Onion stuff, and we were like, "Oh, that's great!" We were like, "Funny, haha."
Yeah.
And then
Never
we
saw him
didn't see
again.
it. Oh no! Remember, he came in. There was back when it was called Husker Max. Now it's called Nebraska News Max, and they get questionable people to work for it.
Check out my
But
new
Dave,
phone.
but remember when David Max, he came in and brought some wine for me.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Kurt walked into the studio and he had to ask who John was. And that was, and he said, this guy brought some wine for you.
Yikes.
So we had two encounters.
Tough luck for all.
Yikes.
Yeah. Well, I didn't have a virus then, so no one knew me.
Yeah, nobody would ever say that now. They would say, that's the viral Creighton announcer.
Wow. John Bishop?
That was happening all over
The
place
voice of the
yesterday.
College World Series?
Multiple people. They with tears in their eyes said,
Sir.
"Is that man?" They
Has-
just only buzzed right by Frank Caliendo yesterday, the Iowa State lady who was just walking around.
Yeah.
What?
John?
Has Awful Announcing made a correction yet on their story? Does it?
Did they get something wrong?
Well, they called them the Blue Space Jays, and it was like that for a full day.
I don't
That's
think
what I
they're
saw.
good. I don't
Yeah,
think they're good.
exactly.
I didn't see that.
The Blue Space.
I'm just
You didn't see
glad
that story?
they got one very important factoid that too many people have said happened but didn't happen. I'm just glad that they got that fact right.
Oh,
away.
how you said the F word?
I never said that.
He
Oh,
did not say that.
It's called a blocking foul. That's when the referee does the thing where he chops his hands down by his hips because the defender got in the way of the offender. It's a blocking foul.
I know ball, John. They did fix it, by the way. It is now the
No,
Blue
I
Jays.
know that you know ball, but apparently people that were listening thought I said something else.
They
when it
don't
was a
know
blocking
hearing.
foul.
They don't know hearing.
What's up with
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, so there you go.
Yikes.
Anyway,
What a great time, John.
look how
What-
sunny it is here, man. I might get sunburned sitting.
Hey,
here.
we have sun. We just have gale force winds.
Yeah, look at that, John.
Yeah, it was windy.
I don't know
AF.
if this is gonna look very good, but
It probably no, it will not. Wow, that looks like Garfield when he got shot. He saw a
he
bright
sees the light.
There it is.
Oh, there you go.
It fixed itself.
Wow. Look
Yeah.
at Las Vegas.
Allegiant Stadium. You can't see T-Mobile Arena, which is right below me. I mean, literally right below me.
And someone's not going to see what room you're in, John, and maybe they're going to come up and A-word you.
Whoa, you just doxed yourself, John.
Yeah, Nick would never.
I mean, did I?
Don't know my room, please.
There are many tall buildings that can see these things.
Yeah,
though.
no chance. They
Nick's
ever
afraid.
find him.
Nick, there's no way. Would you ever post a photo of the view from your room?
I've done it before.
Really?
Yeah.
That doesn't seem like you.
I did it.
That's
It's
pretty
fun.
sweet.
Huh.
Awesome.
Where's your line on doxing yourself then?
Excellent question, Happer. I think that might be the line. A hotel room photo.
Hotel room's fun.
Yeah.
I guess I don't.
My
have any
door's
further-
locked. If somebody comes to my hotel room and I don't know who they are, I just won't open the
Exactly,
door.
Nick. Exactly.
Hard to
fine.
argue with that.
That's why it's fine to take the picture out of your room.
Mm-hmm. Hard to argue with that.
But if
Wow.
it was John, John, the viral Creighton announcer, probably got to be a little careful because they're looking for him.
Oh yeah.
People in the
Everyone was like,
streets.
"Is he going to get fired?"
What?
I
God,
said,
no.
I said,
What?
and I was like, "No."
John will get hired even harder.
Yeah, Creighton.
Highly unlikely.
They're going to want him
Highly
so bad now. So
Who?
bad.
Who?
What'd you do
Who's-
last night, John?
who's
Did
gonna-
you do anything?
I went and got some chicken fingers.
Chicken.
Want some
and
chicken?
then got went across the street to the Excalibur for the cheap margaritas.
Well, the Excalibur.
What's up, Happer?
Mhm.
What's up?
I'm just wondering. I don't know. I always find it interesting the things that John does.
It is interesting.
I know.
Well, why is it interesting? I just went and hung out with a couple of the guys and then came
Guys,
back here and
He sounds
and
fun.
did more work. Did
Well,
more
you're
work that you will enjoy later today here on this radio
That's
station.
true. He did produce the entire Creighton Athletics Hour live.
I was going to say this show hasn't aired yet, Happer. I
it's-
don't know what you're
it's-
talking
it's
about.
live.
He's
Yeah.
producing it remotely.
Yeah. John's going to do an awesome job. I'm going to make an appearance. I'm going to do a live interview in the midst of it as well.
I did
So will
2
Connor.
live interviews.
Whoa. Wow. This is incredible.
They're both like 2 minutes long, but they're on.
Wow, mine's like 14 minutes. Maybe. Let's see what happens with the time.
11. It was 11.
It's 11 minutes long. 2 minutes. 2 minute half.
I think it's 5 and 2.
wow. A 2 minute.
5-2.
It was 5 and 3. It was 5 and 3 for
There
the
you go.
record.
5 and 3. I got you.
Well,
That's
thank
8.
you, Connor.
You
Wow.
got it.
Thank you, Josh, and thank you to our guests.
And thank you to our listeners
And
of
thank you to
tonight's
our listeners.
Creighton Athletics Hour, which will air live at 6 o'clock right here.
Yes, live. All of these interviews, these were what we're talking about are the practice interviews. We'll do the real thing
Always
live
important to get
on the
practice
show.
interviews. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Connor did a practice 3 and 5 minute interview. He will then replicate that for real. Josh
To
did
the
a
T.
pretend. He did a practice 11-minute long video. He will replicate that. I did a practice 14-minute long interview. We'll replicate that.
Because
So
hopefully the practice interview.
we rehearse.
Real ones.
That's the one show we rehearse. We don't rehearse anything else.
How about this? Here's a story of interviews. So back in the day, there was this radio show on 1620 The Zone. It lasted 3 years. It was called Schick and Nick. Very popular. People really enjoyed
I
it.
know about those guys.
So they would
Only
occasionally,
3 years.
yeah, Happer shows lasted longer. John and I have lasted like 4 times as long. So occasionally in radio, take people behind the scenes. Sometimes you got to do recorded interviews. We hate doing it. We despise anything that is not live on the Zone. Matt Schick took that to another level. He said, no, we are going to then re-ask the questions and play the answer. I am not kidding. So they would re-ask the questions on the air live, and then they would click play on the clips.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
What?
So yeah.
What?
Yes.
Why?
Excellent. Excellent question.
What's the point of that?
I don't know.
Routinely?
Yes. You should ask them about it next time you see him.
Because the real psycho is not me.
It was
Matthew Richard Schick. That's the real psycho.
Oh,
Keena says, what if they clicked the wrong answer clip? Gosh.
Josh?
It had to happen at least once, right?
What
Because
if-
Shane was running the show.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. What?
What if, Josh?
What if what? If we did the same thing?
No. What if the wrong thing would they have killed Shane?
Oh, no, I don't think. No. You're thinking of Bob Bruce.
Well, first you got to find him to kill him.
Just look down.
Yeah. He's over
Oh, there he is.
He's over there somewhere.
Wow.
Yeah, seriously.
What a weird thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it if you're like, if you're trying to, I don't know, if you're trying to play clips on the show, but if you're actually presenting it as a live interview,
yeah,
that's really funny.
Pretty wild. Insane behavior. But you know what? Matt's at ESPN now, so who's the idiot? Maybe I'm the idiot.
That's
Maybe
true.
it's that kind of attention to detail that we all need here.
That got him to ESPN. They're like, hey, it sounds like those interviews are really good.
Do you think Schick still does that, but with video?
Excellent question. So yeah, it'd be impossible to do it now.
Some people don't like listening to themselves ask questions.
Oh, so
so maybe it's like he had to say it live and out loud.
Yes, but
ask
the key to speaking is you do hear yourself. Like right now, I'm hearing myself say these things.
Yeah, but hearing myself right now is not as bad as hearing myself recorded.
Wait, you still feel that way? You don't like hearing yourself recorded?
No, I'm saying some people.
Okay, yeah.
Some
I've gotten
people
so used to it.
I don't care at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only time I get
what all day long.
What?
The only time I cringe when I hear things back are things that
Mess up.
I recorded many years ago, and it sounds like I'm tiny baby millennial John.
What about things that go viral on the internet?
How do you feel about those things, John?
About virus? I don't know. I try to
That's an
expunge.
absolutely horse crap call.
By the
I
way,
try to
it
expunge the virus as much as I can.
is unbelievable how clean your clip is.
Mhm.
Your clip sounds like it was recorded in a studio. It is so clean.
It does sound really good.
The what part?
Your part, yeah. Play Happers what?
I'll play Happers. What?
What? I mean, I guess you hear a little crowd, but it is.
Wow, yeah. I must have snuck that right in there.
It's
did.
like it's John, and then there's the tiny little space.
What's this
for-
one?
What?
That's okay.
Gosh, that is so good.
Must have been a different one.
Incredible.
Thank you for
time.
grabbing the what's, Joey. Joey,
Good
did a
job
great
by you.
job.
Joey did a great job. He was telling me the whole time I was in here on Monday, he was like, don't worry, I'm clipping all of these. Because Kugler started texting me, are you guys marking these? Are you going to pull these as drops? I said, have no fear. Joey is on the case.
Yes, indeed.
Mhm.
Yes, indeed.
Great work, Joey.
Mhm.
We got a whole segment out of it because of Joey. I mean, possibly the whole show. I mean,
Yeah.
yesterday.
Yeah. And then it just made our nights on Mondays. We're all scrolling through social media, seeing copious stories coming out about John. Wow.
Well, just watching that develop in real time with John was just a
A treat.
tremendous experience.
I don't think I'd ever been as jealous of someone as I was of you for getting to hang out with John the night that
John
he went
tremendous.
viral.
Looks so uncomfortable right now.
No,
John,
but no,
what do
he
you
was
mean?
good.
What do you
John
mean?
was
I'm very comfortable. I'm sitting in these nice leather-bound chairs, and my room smells of
Rich
rich
The
mahogany.
leather-bound corner chair.
The thing that he kept repeating over and over was, this was only DEFCON 3. This wasn't even that bad. This wasn't even that bad. That's what you kept saying, John.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I had someone come up to me yesterday. Well, Tim Kruger, Blue Jay Benner, said, this isn't even one of your top 5. I said, I know. But
Maybe we need to go back and get some old school stuff and send it to all.
no, we don't need
Evan Burrows, you suck.
We can. This is all so stupid.
Like,
There's a reason. There's a reason why this generation sucks. It's because things like this become.
You're the one who
a
did
thing.
it. You're
What?
the yeah.
No, it doesn't. No, but the reason why it became a thing is because of this generation. And
No, it's because
whole
people
virus
like you.
thing. Whatever.
People like you, John. That's amazing.
No,
You like
trust me. Trust me. I've been hearing from enough. People
No,
don't like me.
I don't care about those.
Some
idiots.
people like me. Frank Caliendo likes me now, so I feel better.
He's a famous man.
Most people have been very supportive, John. I think, right?
Yeah, it's probably like 80-20.
No,
I'm
not saying. I don't want to overstate. I mean, yeah, there have been people that liked it, but there are many people who don't.
And those people suck, and we hate them.
No, we don't hate them because some of them are in our audience and they root for another team.
I thought you were going to say
so we don't hate them. We don't hate them.
They're just jealous, John.
I just understand them because, they're rivals, and that's fine.
So they didn't think that Frank Caliendo was funny impersonating you?
How many times did he say
No, I think everyone loves Frank. If you don't like Frank Caliendo, you don't like funny, you don't like humor.
I mean, he's just like a great guy.
John called him Frank.
One of the best guys.
Well, he is. Everyone calls him Frank.
He's just Frank, Nick. You know him.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know him. I don't know him at Frank level.
Frank
I stole this shirt from Frank.
I know him at Frank Caliendo level.
Frank.
Oh, man.
Frank. Making sure you check it. Now, John, you're going to be a part of his stand-up, right? When he comes here in late January?
I mean, I'm not going to be part of his stand-up. I'm going to go to the show.
I thought he was going to bring you up onto the stage and he was saying, remember this guy?
He's absolutely going to, you're going to hang out backstage, are you not? Like, you guys are like pals now. I think you should get to hang out in the green room with him.
That's cool. I mean,
that's pretty sweet.
What?
Well, I don't want to. Well, yeah, I'm definitely going to the show. By the way, January 23rd and 24th, Funny Bone, Omaha. I feel like I'm now obligated.
I'm going to Funny Bone on Friday.
It's so cozy.
Say that.
I've never been.
But he's a good dude, and he's so funny.
He seems like a nice man.
He is very nice. Well, so the deal was yesterday as I was walking, past the statue of the lady,
legal guarding position.
Yes,
in legal guarding position. He was just standing on the street, not in the street, but on the sidewalk, talking to a random guy. And as I'm getting closer, kind of because Frank's kind of unassuming, when he's not in character. And I started to kind of recognize, it looks like Frank. And I thought he was talking to someone he knew, but it just ended up being another fan. Then I noticed him. He saw me and he started gesturing to the guy and doing the pointing thing. And I'm like, oh, crap.
Look at this guy.
This is good. Yeah. You want to meet a real famous guy. Here's a guy with a virus.
Here's the horse crap guy.
Yeah.
Steve says, I hate Creighton. I still listen to John. Wow, look at all these people being very complimentary.
People love radio.
I love listening to John.
Stibbs is a good dude. Stibbs is a good dude. And
he's the Frank Caliendo
and apparently, John, some of
we-
the kids listen to the games on Sirius XM radio.
That was wild.
That's where this all came from in the first place. So maybe you owe this generation everything.
Wow! Shout out to Gen
Z
and
your virus.
You're welcome.
Gen X invented Sirius. I mean, and the greatest generation launched the satellites. So,
millennials.
No, the greatest generation. That's the people in World War II generation.
I was talking about the Soviet Union when Sputnik first appeared.
Oh, John's a big Soviet Union guy.
Comrade John.
Interesting. I learn something new every day. John goes to Vegas and now he's a commie. There's probably shirts that say things about communists.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they're all
trust me. If I was a commie, I would have been executed on the spot for saying what I said the other day.
That's true.
They don't allow that kind of stuff in communist countries.
Is that true? You're not allowed to make fun of referees?
Definitely not. Refs are a part of the government.
I guess that's
they're
true.
part of they're part of the Politburo or whatever. I'm trying to remember all my old Soviet terms, but yeah, they're a member of the whole,
You're going to accidentally fall off a building if you say anything wrong about them.
Jace Todd.
I am next to
it's very high.
Window,
it'd be a real shame if that window opened up.
It'd be a real shame.
Jace Todd says, Top 5 John was a few years ago at Providence, water on the floor, people slipping all over the place. John says, what kind of dump is this? That's hilarious, John.
No,
we have that
That's
in
got
the
to be in the system.
No, that was
Do you really?
That was the Carneseca, St. John's. Because it was the same place where R2 slipped and broke his wrist.
Down the floor, slipping again. Somebody clean up this dadgum floor. Now to Roddy down, tries for the dunk, gets blocked from behind and a foul. But somebody clean up this god-awful floor. They are slipping all over the place. What kind of a dump is this?
So wait, that sounds like a remote.
That sounds like
broadcast.
COVID.
That's
That was COVID. That was a COVID broadcast.
Wow, I don't
Wow.
remember that.
John
at
got fired
all.
up from thousands of miles away.
That's incredible.
Watching on TV.
Well, it was sensitive because it was the year after we played there and R2 broke his arm, on that same stupid floor.
Yeah.
And it was
Man,
just like people sliding all over the place.
There was nothing weirder than finishing up. All right, see you later, everybody. And then one of John's analysts would walk into the studio.
John would just go
and
downstairs.
they turn it. Well, for a while they watched it in here, and so they would do the game in this studio.
So
You know, yeah, very strange. Don't miss those days. Now John goes to Vegas and he yells.
Somebody clean up this.
What kind of a
god-awful
dump
floor.
is this?
Yeah,
Jim E998 is all triggered.
Yeah,
and
John,
John tells us to calm down when we lose a football game. When have I ever said that?
Well, I
John, I
got
don't think has ever said calm down.
I got a bone to
No.
pick, John. You're always saying how much you love callers and you love Big Red Overreaction. You want all the callers.
No. I never said I love
And then
Big Red
on Saturday
Overreaction.
night, you're lecturing people. We're going to cut this short. We're going to pull over this car right now.
Well, they kept saying the F-word.
I
Did
thought
you
that's what
listen
you
to-
want. You
Josh,
want callers.
Josh, did you listen to the beginning of that show? It was a joke. The beginning of that show was just it was people doing bad comedy and swearing.
Yeah, they were dropping the F-bomb.
Yeah.
saying
So I
two
was like,
F-words.
I was like, straighten up and fly right, or we're just gonna leave.
Are we going to hear F-words on Friday?
No, it'll be 2:30 in the afternoon. It'll be fine.
No F-words at 2:30 in the
It's
afternoon.
a holiday
I
Friday. People are going to be
guarantee it.
drinking all
No
day.
F-words on Friday.
Put that on the list.
This
Put
is
it on the
going
list.
on the list. Get the tomatoes.
Put it on the list.
Like Odson says, the BROR callers are not funny. It's true, they're not. Most of
I
them are
do
not
think-
funny.
I think the Mayo Bowl guy, that is funny. I think
Yeah,
that's
that's good.
I think that's a
That's
good bit.
good. But then the dude, whoever whatever the Kurt Signetti bit was, that was totally flat.
Oh, by the way,
Remember
you
the
had,
Kurt Signetti caller?
you had a terrible caller on your show today when you were talking about the Dylan stuff, and it went in 1,000 different directions.
Oh yeah, he was
Horrible
talking about
phone
how
call.
we should definitely keep Dylan or
No, not that guy. The guy who was like, I want quarterback competition. It's like, yeah,
Oh, yeah,
everybody
yeah.
who does.
It's
And
just so weird.
Iowa's empty trophy case, just like all the talking
That's why
points.
Nebraska's quarterbacks aren't good. They don't have any competition against other quarterbacks on their own team.
Oh my gosh.
That's
Yikes.
No. not the thing. Not
Yeah.
not the thing. We
So,
did get to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, John.
No,
Take
I was just
forever.
going to say, Connor, I'm glad you're still here with us after I got the text late last night saying landing in wind is not fun.
Dude. I mean, it was
Was it that bad?
a tough
Was
one.
it scary?
It is a tough one. I don't know. Like I'm not a super frequent flyer. John, you fly a lot more than I do. I'm sure there's been some rough ones.
Oh yeah, we've had some things.
Yeah. I mean, we were moving. We were moving quite a lot. So the wind's coming out of the north and we're landing into it on the south, and we're already prepared because we know it's gonna be difficult.
Yeah.
And the
It's gonna be bad.
captain prepared for it, prepared us for it. But like then we're going straight into it, or going straight into the wind. And like I thought we were gonna short the runway because they kept hitting the gas, they kept hitting the throttle like, and then they'd slow down, and it just felt like we would just be dropping because the
Oh.
wind would just nail us,
Whoa.
and it was hard to keep it straight this
Whoa.
way and this way,
The pitch
Up
and the
and
yaw.
up and down, and the yoke and whatever. Yeah, I mean it
We
was
know plane.
it was a lot. I was looking at some people next to me. There's a few people that weren't bothered. There was
do the Catholic thing.
no, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. There
Hail
was a
Mary,
there was a
full of
healthy
grace.
contingent of Creighton fans on the plane. Maybe we'll have to take a short survey or something like that.
Wow.
It was
Chance.
it's tricky
We're-
for me.
We talking air travel right now?
Yeah.
Or the
Chance.
gales of November.
Well, we got to
Oh.
the ground, and the ground. It still felt like we were in the air when we were on the ground because it felt like the plane was going to blow over.
Right,
That's-
because it's buffeting really hard. That the first time I experienced that was landing in Lubbock, Texas. Because it's windy out there too. And it would that's the first time I remember a plane. You get those hard landings where you just hear a boom, and it
Yeah.
feels like all the luggage that's underneath is like hitting the top. That was the first time I ever experienced anything like that.
I thought he did it. He did a nice job on the actual landing. It wasn't like a hard landing. It was
He
just
stuck the landing.
the approach was
Sketchy.
felt dangerous.
Matt, you made it.
Me too.
That would have been sad.
When
I
we-
and many Creighton fans are alive.
my plane back from Vegas last year at this time when it was just me by myself, we made good speed. The pilots must have really wanted to come to Omaha because
it was a holiday.
we descended so fast into so much turbulence. It was equal parts. I felt like my head was going to explode because I was sick and the popping and also just the.
It's scary.
I hate it.
Isn't it wild to think that a year ago on the Wednesday was piss sock day and you and I
That's today.
being super hungover?
Yeah.
The most hungover. Wow. I was tired.
We did. I was just gonna say we did make a visit to our former location, our beautiful place.
Circa.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
so many.
That
teams.
place is something else, man.
I
It
know.
is.
By the
I was
way,
thinking
still-
about how I could have been there watching the Cowboys beating the Eagles and how much fun I would have had after having a miserable first quarter and a half. That would have been bad. What's that,
Oh
John?
yeah,
John?
that's right.
That-
John randomly got a chip.
Yeah, the guy was like randomly handing out $25 chips, but we were we were bussing back with a lot of the coaches, so we had
The
to leave.
Circa?
I mean, yeah, and we were coming back, and so I guess I'll save this for posterity or something. I don't know.
Well, no, you got time to kill tonight, John, because famously you'll still be in Las Vegas tomorrow.
I will, but I'll spend more to get there than I will when I actually have it.
But
you
you
know.
could turn that into $1 million if you play your card. Literally, if you play your cards right.
Yeah, but then you lose it in 10 seconds. Then you'll just have to take out money, and then you'll lose more money.
Dang, I lost $1 million that I had won plus another 30.
Or I will walk in there and the AI facial technology will say that guy got a chip for no reason. Arrest him. So-
Yeah, that's
Oh.
Arrest that man.
true. That could happen
Uh-huh.
as well. I don't know how that even happened because we were there for such a short period of time. John just was like, "Hey, look, I acquired this chip on our way back to the thing."
The guy must have recognized John. He
There
saw
was-
his face
there
on
was-
that awful
There was
announcing
cookies
story.
I had a great.
No. This was before. No. Oh, it was the day of. Never mind.
It was the day of. The
Mm,
word
that was
was
the day
starting
of.
to spread, John, at that point.
Yeah. Well,
The
that's the
virus
first place where I was confronted about, did you say the F word? And I said, and I was confused. I was like, what are you talking about? I don't.
That's
I
an
had no-
absolutely horse crap call.
I mean, yeah, it's obvious. I didn't say the F word. So, you know.
The best part is
Horse crap call.
I don't think I've said this, but I was listening. I was not listening live. I went over. I had to record a couple of things real fast, and I could hear it coming through the walls.
Joey crank it in here.
I don't think he was cranking it in here. I
I
could
don't
just
think
hear
he had
it.
to crank it. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood you. Misunderstood you, Apper. But I could hear it over there.
Cranking the ball, you.
And then I kept
Cranking
getting
the
all these
ball.
texts. I'm like, what is happening? And so then I was so happy to get to hear it. Wow.
Nice.
Yep.
Wow, through the walls.
Mhm.
How
Good
about
stuff. Good stuff.
So you're just gonna bring that $25 chip back, or what do you?
He'll be in Vegas next year at this time, won't you,
That's
John?
true. 5 more years.
Are they
For
expanding
the
this
next
thing to 100
9
teams next year?
years.
I don't. Yeah.
How
they're
many teams is next year, and how many arenas are they going to have?
There's going to be more teams, many more players, many
Wow.
more plays.
I just want to have somewhat of an idea on what our schedule looks like. But you know what? It was kind of fun not knowing as well.
Well, maybe they'll go out of their way and make it a real tournament next year instead
Not a
of
bad
just
idea. Point differential.
You get to
Or
play,
they won't. Who knows?
or they won't. Who
Hmm.
knows?
It really doesn't matter.
Hmm.
All right.
Well, happy Thanksgiving, Happer.
Happy Thankgiving
Happy
to you.
Thanksgiving.
I'll see you in
Happy
2
I hope you
Thanksgiving.
get all dressed up and look nice for your Thanksgiving.
Oh, that's right. This is the dress-up holiday for
We
for the
should all.
happy.
Everyone should take a photo and share it on social media. What are you wearing to Thanksgiving?
Okay.
Does this
let
mean
us
I
know.
need to wear a suit when I'm on the plane flying back on
like
Friday?
the 60s?
Yes, yes, you do, John.
That
Yes, you do.
sucks.
It does.
Hmm.
But
Yeah.
these are the rules. It's Thanksgiving. You have to dress up nice.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Wow.
Happy
awesome.
New Year.
I would call it.
Oh,
I would call it this. I would call that tradition horse crap.
oh,
That's an
crap.
absolutely horse crap call.
great reference.
Someone tweeted at me today and said I now use this as my ringtone for spam calls.
Ringtone.
Can I? Wow. Yeah. Why would you have a ringtone? First of all. Second of all, if I
Incredible.
did, that's a good idea. It's a really good idea.
It is.
I really need to get the residuals off of this, though. I mean, I feel like I
Yeah,
feel like I
John-
could have a lot more Circa chips with this.
You need to make T-shirts, John.
John, think you go to
No,
Circa
I'm
with
not
that, you
making-
could use it to buy food. You could go up to that burger place that we go to upstairs that
Yes.
overlooks the screens.
Yes.
Burger there's like $25. It'll be perfect.
You could go to the Asian place
we do like the Asian
You could go to
place.
White Castle.
Wow.
You can't go there with the chip.
Oh, that's
Can't
fair.
go there with the
Oh,
chip.
you might be able to trade somebody.
I guess
That
you
would
could just
be
chip and get $25.
Eastern Hemisphere to you.
Nice. All right.
All right.
John. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye, Happer.
Bye.
That's Connor Happer. That's the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com. Back to do a lot of stuff.
The whole show. We're cramming a whole week into
Cram
one
it!
day.
The Cram Boys.
Cram boys.
On 1620 The Zone.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Yep, today's the day where I have to remind myself, or the guys have to remind me to turn the mute off, because I'm doing my best during breaks not to be heavily breathing or eating these jalapeno chips.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Well, you're 1 for 1, so you're doing a good job. It's almost 3, and you're already nailing it so far.
Well, that's one.
John's
We'll
on
keep track.
top of
We'll keep track.
What
There
a
it
view.
is. Sunny Las Vegas on a day before Thanksgiving, and I'm still here instead of calling a basketball game right now.
Oh, where
And
would
then
you
coming
else would
back-
you rather be, John, than right
And then-
here with Nick and me?
Well, I don't know.
Probably calling
Maybe.
a basketball game so you could come home. Probably.
Yeah, so I can be, it's because I'm struggling a bit with what I'm going to do after the game tomorrow, because, we're not leaving. My group's not leaving until early Friday. And, I Thanksgiving, which is our second finest holiday behind only the 4th of July, is sacrosanct to me. I don't believe that we should be fast forwarding to Christmas. I don't believe that families should be celebrating Christmas on Thanksgiving. I don't believe that Christmas decorations should be up before Thanksgiving. Many of these fine traditions that were established at the founding of our republic. In fact, it's an entire chapter in
it might
Ken
be in the
Burns's,
show I'm watching.
in Ken Burns's new documentary on the American Revolution. It's actually one whole show, how Thanksgiving used to be respected and loved and honored in our country, and now it's been overrun by the cancer of Christmas.
the
But
Christmas cabal.
but I don't know, there's a part of me that says, I should go and find a nice Thanksgiving meal, but then I'm torn because I won't be spending it with my family, and we are having Thanksgiving when I get home. So do I want to overdo it? So
When are you
it'll
having
probably
it?
just be,
You're having it
it'll
Friday?
probably
on
just be
Black
Whataburger or something. What's that?
Whataburger. Are you having it on Friday?
I think that's the plan right now, because I'll be home. I'm hoping to be home in time, home like Lincoln home, in time to actually see Iowa kick the winning field goal, or do whatever.
Hey, spoiler alert for your prediction later. Come
or
on.
whatever black magic thing happens.
A
at the
safety
end
to win 6-4 or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it ain't
But
gonna
that's
be good.
the
It's gonna be
goal.
painful. It's painful.
So anyway,
Painful.
that's the idea. But we'll see.
Sindelar, great idea. We should all fly out to Vegas to be with John.
Oh.
Should we all hop on an aeroplane, John, and come out and see you and wish you a happy Thanksgiving?
I mean, if you want to spend the money, it's very expensive, especially at this late hour, to get said flights. And
we can ask
and
you
it
for
is,
a
it is the
refund.
busiest travel weekend of the year.
There's
they
probably a
say.
casino somewhere with a Thanksgiving buffet, right?
Has to be.
Just a big vat of cranberry sauce. Next to some
man.
Tell
I
you
was
what,
listening to
first person to come and fly to Vegas tonight to come see me can have this $25 circuit chip.
Wow, there you go.
Wow.
So the flight at the very least is $25 off at the very least.
But you have to show me your ticket from today. You can't be here in Vegas somehow listening because you think another virus moment is going to happen, and it's not, probably, unless Josh said something, like murder cult manifesto, blah, blah,
What
blah.
did I do? You're the one who's going on Apple announcing all the time these days. Barstool John.
But yeah, with all these new listeners that we have accumulated because of the virus, I don't want someone just coming up and saying, I just flew in. No, you got to show me your flight ticket from today. So.
Wait, I thought you said, John, that you didn't do a Grum down, because while you said that, I decided to do a Grum down instead to help the show out today.
Oh, go for it.
All right, perfect.
Show us. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus.
Woo! The roofery's at John Higgins Weather Guard. John is back, baby, and it's a blue Grum down. Let's see.
Bright light.
Let's see what other topics we got today. Will Nebraska lose 13-10 again? Look at that. We've already made a similar joke.
I think
so
it's way
far.
too high of a score.
Jack Mitchell will join us in about a half hour. Is he triggered on Twitter.com? I can't wait to find out what he'll be mad about this time. Fired up for football. Is rivalry week good or is it good? People are asking, Nick. Not a whole lot of ranked on ranked matchups. Gary, don't call me the Miami Dolphin, joins us for an Iowa preview.
He's way better than the Dolphins.
Wait a second. Did
What's
you
up?
do this Grum down or did Grim do the Grum down?
No,
that
this
sounds
is
like
my
a Grim
Grum down.
joke to me.
Hey, don't say that.
It is me coded.
Predictions. Of course, we'll get to predictions today. Is this the Woat Jays season?
Wow, Josh, it just started.
It's only 6 games old.
Hey, I follow Creighton fans, and they're all not happy right now. Wow. They're in a bad place. They're in the bad place. And finally, Josh versus Turkey. Not again. The sequel you never knew you needed. I figured we'd do a little food conversation on the show today, John.
I will not, just as I will not tolerate your family's desire to infiltrate Thanksgiving with the cancer of Christmas. I will not allow you to infiltrate this Grum with the cancer of you going anti-turkey.
Are we still doing dumb debates today?
I don't think so, but
Sad.
I don't remember for sure, John. Because we got keys. We also have keys, right? Did you do keys, John?
Yeah, I got keys. You got keys. We all got
we gotta
keys.
go to a key party, Nick.
Oh! You know what else isn't on here?
What's that?
1620 the analytics.
1620. Oh my gosh, should we get to John's Grum down to see what he was going to preview
Dueling
today?
Grum down.
What did it say?
Here we go.
Nebraska versus Iowa. We be cramming.
Oh, the Cram Boys.
The Cram Boys.
Is this the biggest game under rule? Forgot the question mark.
Oh, wow. Great topic.
Jack Mitchell, Iowa Hate Week.
All right, we pretty much nailed that one.
Gary Dolphin, voice of the Hawkeyes.
Mm-hmm.
Fired up for football.
Nice.
Big Ten loves their playoff format talk. Probably won't get to that, but I was just again.
Save that for next week, John, when it's the off season again. It's almost the off season.
Can you believe it's almost the off season, John?
Sad. I was thinking about that this morning, and I actively was upset.
Wow.
Yeah.
Keys to the game, predictions, and no more viruses, please. That's what I had. And again, I
brought to you by the rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard.
You know what, John?
Yes, brought to you by the rooferys who got back at karma at me for making light of officials by making me pay $6 for a Diet Mountain Dew.
You know
so
what, John's
we're even, refs. We're even.
What's that, Nick?
Me. It's like that tweet. It's like, waiter, please, my steak is too juicy and lobster too buttery.
Yeah, I'm too famous. People know me too much now. This is very upsetting. Yeah. Yeah, John, we all want to be famous, and you are finally living.
This is not. No, it's really. It's not.
When you got into broadcasting as a young tyke, you wanted to end up on the internet.
Now you can stop living in the shadows.
No, I didn't, because the internet didn't exist except in Al Gore's mind.
Yeah, think about that. So Kugler, he does the NFL on Fox. Admittedly, a very cool job.
Yes.
But has Kevin ever been on Barstool for yelling at the officials?
No. He just gets complained to on Twitter about liking other people's teams.
Did you see the thing that happened yesterday with Kevin?
Oh, what did he do?
Some guy got mad at him for his outfit, and Kevin pointed out that he was wearing My Cause, My Cleats shoes and absolutely roasted the idiot. Yes, a tough look for that guy. Good job by you, Kevin. But Kevin, again, has never been famous for complaining about the refs, John.
That's true. You're more famous than Kevin Kugler.
Wow. Is this true?
Highly unlikely.
Okay.
Highly unlikely. Yeah, I'm good with. Now listen, are we going to continue to play the drop and do stupid things with it and mock it as we have always done on this program? Of course we are.
What kind of question is that?
Because we have beaten more horses to more deaths than anybody. So of course we will.
That's an absolutely horse crap call.
But I am so ready to be over all this.
Well-
It's run its course. Just like all other viruses, they come, they pollute, they make you sick, and then they go away.
Except for measles, isn't that one back?
Yeah, measles is back, folks.
So yeah, this is measles, John. It's just going to be here forever.
Polio might be making a comeback.
Polio. This is new
You know
polio.
what? It can be back for the rest of you, but for me, up here, it's already gone.
Mm.
It's already gone. Yeah, it's already gone.
It's already
Okay.
gone.
Well, we'll see what our audience thinks of that, because those are the people that I care about. Hey, here we go, John. A little quick Creighton topic before we go to break. Brian writes, in regards to Creighton's rough start, followed Creighton long enough to know that they will be a fair or a far different team in February and March than they are in November. This team has too much talent, and Mac has too much of a track record to be worried, disappointed for sure, but patience is deserved. Also, they haven't looked good, but the teams that have beaten them are good. This is the nature of a bad team, but a lot of their problems are self-inflicted, therefore fixable. They rebound slightly better. They beat Baylor, and this is a pretty different conversation. My main concern is the players gaining confidence and maintaining buy-in. There you go. To answer the question of, is this the Wout Creighton season? Brian would say no.
I would say that if you're truly looking for the literal definition of woat, that would be the Rick Johnson era of Creighton basketball. Which was the era right before one Dana F. Altman, who, by the way, will be reunited with Creighton once again here from Las Vegas tomorrow afternoon. Thanksgiving basketball, 1 p.m. Central start, 12:30 pregame. No virus.
Right here on 1620 The Zone and on 1019 The Zone Keg.
By the way, it's also a good reminder to make sure you don't cross-contaminate when you make your turkeys tonight. Make sure you handle all the turkey stuff early, and then you put it in the oven and you disinfect around so you don't cross-contaminate. We don't want people getting sick.
Also, if you're going to fry your turkey, don't be a dumbass about it.
Well, I do think that people know that not to fry them frozen anymore. I think people have learned.
You think so?
I think our audience
I bet
smart.
we're going to get a lot of stories.
John, that's excellent advice.
There's always going to be stories, but I'm not interested in doing the deep fat frying of the turkey.
I've had it before. It's awesome.
I bet it's good, but I have no interest, like personally, in doing it because I would have to buy all this stuff and I've got a smoker. I use that.
Good call.
Yeah, it's better that way. All right. Let's see. 402-951-1620.
Hit us up.
Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline.
Mm-hmm.
It's also a text line.
Mm-hmm.
JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. At USC 1620. Oh man, we got to put a poll question.
Oh gosh, I can do that right now. I'll do that during the break.
Poll boys.
Mm-hmm.
Pick us a winner, Bobby. We gotta do that. Oh yeah, the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. Brought to you by Old Man Doug and Equitable Bank. He takes banking personally and answers the phone on the first ring.
John, not to do a whole sports flash because we're up against it, but you ready for some crazy NFL news? I'm serious. I got to make sure this is real. Ian Rappaport.
Whoa.
Frank Ragnow is coming back to the Lions. Center Frank Ragnow, who retired, is coming back to the Lions, according to Ian Rappaport.
When did he retire?
On last offseason.
Wow.
Yeah. What the hell? What?
Well, was it Brandon Graham who came back for Philadelphia?
What? Yeah, but he sucks. Frank Ragnow, he's barely been out of the game, and their line is taking a big step back. This is
but so too was Brandon Graham. He retired after the Super Bowl last year, right?
Yeah, but he's like old. Like Brandon Graham is.
Frank Ragnow? Isn't he up there too?
I thought Frank Ragnow. Maybe I'm wrong. Frank Ragnow's only 29.
Chance is pretty stoked by it.
Moonlight Graham is old. He's 37. Moonlight Graham. Wow, that's incredible. Anyway, sorry, John, didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. It's sports flash adjacent. Just in time for Thanksgiving. Apparently Brandon Graham is confident that his wife will not cross-contaminate the bird and doesn't need to supervise. So I'm assuming this won't mean he plays tomorrow.
No. It says that he's in shape and will be ready to roll sooner rather than later. So I don't know. They play tomorrow and then they play next Thursday against the Cowboys. So maybe the week after that, unless they think he can play in a week. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, that is the Grum. When we continue, Is this the biggest game under Matt Rule?
Mm.
I read an article by a writer today on a Newsmax site that was very interesting.
Interesting.
And it spoiled a lot of surprises, but it also raised an interesting question.
Okay.
That we'll get into next. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, the day before Thanksgiving edition on 1620 The Zone.
Husker Preview Wednesday is powered by McInnes Roofing and Sheet Metal, Nebraska and Iowa's go-to choice since 1981. Whether it's roofing, siding, windows, gutters, sheet metal, or repairs, our team delivers quality you can rely on. For commercial or residential projects, trust McInnes Roofing and Sheet Metal. Visit McInnesinc.com today.
Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is always looking to make your game day bigger and better. Cheer on your favorite team this season in front of a 22-foot LED video wall showing up to 8 games at once. TVs are everywhere else you can look with a state-of-the-art audio and video system. Enjoy a big old pizza or award-winning char-buffed wings. There's just no better way to do your game day. Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill, 173rd and West Center Road. And for takeout at 162nd and Maple.
Luxury meets performance at Infinity of Omaha. Right now, during the Once in a Wintertime event, you'll receive 2.9% APR for 60 months or 3.9% APR for 72 months, plus $3,000 bonus cash on the 2026 Infinity QX80. Visit our showroom or browse our inventory online at infinityofomaha.com. With approved credit, tax, title, license extra when financed through Infinity Financial Services.
So the battle is won.
Back here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, the Zone mobile app, zonetv.live. So many places you can find us. Don't forget to subscribe to that YouTube channel because it gives you a little reminder every time one of our shows goes live and just about everything we do as far as our long form programming we do on Zone YouTube and zonetv.live. So do it. Just do it. Even Severe Reaction, which is Sunday morning.
Coming your way on Sunday.
The last one of the season.
Sad. We're down to a lot of last ones of the season, John. We got that. We got Bigger Overreaction on Friday. We got 1620 the pregame on Friday. And then, like you said, Severe Reaction on Sunday. Sad.
Brought to you by Equitable Bank and Nebraska Medicine this Sunday at 8. Michael will break it down as only he can. Severe Reaction with Michael Severe on 1620 The Zone. This is, as I was thinking about this on the flight out here to Las Vegas. Actually, I started pondering it during Big Red Overreaction while people were making bad jokes and trying to derail the show with their potty mouths.
Nice.
But obviously, this is a big game in terms of, beating a rival. In fact, I had something, and I'm curious if you agree with me, because I remember we started talking about this. We didn't really establish this during the off season, but we did talk about it in the moment, in the season. We talked about those achievements, kind of unlocking different achievements. And one of the first ones we mentioned was beating Michigan. And then we mentioned
sweeping
in the month of October. I added beating Penn State. But these are the 5 I came up with: beat Michigan, sweep October, beat Penn State, beat Iowa, win 9 games. Like as unofficial achievements. Every team's got goals at the beginning of the season. And these certainly could have been goals. Now, I realize that beating Penn State, maybe now, today, knowing what we know about Penn State and their record, doesn't seem like one of these, but you said something last week in regards to this game that I thought gave it enough rise to be on this list, and that is, if not now, when? I mean, it's a name program. It's a program that had high aspirations. It's still a program that has great talent. It's a winnable game, or at least we thought, on the road. And maybe it's not like a grand achievement in terms of, hey, you beat this, definite bowl eligible team or playoff team, but it would have represented, you would have gotten your 8th win. You would have gotten a road win in the Big Ten. As we know, it's never easy. It's a helmet game, if anything else. But anyway, these are the 5 things. And so far, Nebraska's 0 for 3 in these unofficial milestones or achievements on the season.
And if they lose on Friday, then the other 2 are obviously.
The other 2 are they move to the red. Yeah, they moved to the red X category.
John, you know what this is reminding me of, and I know we're gonna just about to unpack something that I wrote for today. But remember the thing that I had? Here it is, from July 7th, defining what a good year 3 would look like. And I had 4 buckets: overall regular season record, performance versus rivals, beating a team they're quote unquote not supposed to beat, and being in the college football playoff mix late in the season. The overall record that I defined was 8-4 or better. Again, on the table. Let's see. Performance versus rivals. I said they needed to go 2-0 versus Minnesota and Iowa. Of course, the best that they can do now is go 1-1. I said pull off an upset, go 1-1 versus Michigan and Penn State. And then the last one was be in the college football playoff mix late in the year. And I did not say they have to do all of these things. I'm trying to remember exactly how it was defined. I said if they check a box in one of the 4 categories, I imagine there'd be much debate surrounding whether or not the season was good or just fine. Check 2 of the 4. It's the most successful regular season in close to a decade, if not longer. And then obviously if they would have gotten 3 or 4, then you're really cooking with gas. They can get to 8-4. They cannot go 2-0. They cannot go 1 against the rivals. They cannot go 1-1 against the teams they're supposed to beat. And they were not in the playoff mix. If they would have beat USC, they could have been. And so it's interesting how, in a way, this game in 2 days, there's very much a conversation to be had about, can it erase the vibes and the feelings about, what's unfolded over the last, month in particular. But I'd say really going back to the Minnesota game, that kind of kicked off the way that the season came to a close.
Yeah, it still feels to me that the Minnesota game is one that is causing a lot of people pause or roadblock because of just how terrible it was. Now, Minnesota is Minnesota. They're not, they are bowl eligible, but this is not a classic Minnesota team, and it's a game that Nebraska was favored to win, and they played just so poorly in it. And it's really one of those efforts that is stuck with folks. I was a little taken aback that and maybe there was, I tend to, as far as what the fan reaction is, I tend to go with the immediate fan reaction. And it didn't feel like the reaction to Penn State was overwhelmingly negative on the call-in show. I mean, it wasn't positive. I'm not saying it was that, but it wasn't the usual, Nebraska just got blown out again vitriol.
Yes.
That we usually get. And I wonder how much of that was just, the vision or the specter of the Minnesota game, which has clouded some people's views, or, maybe has beaten the emotion out of them, for lack of a better term, or beaten the beat downs out of them. But going back to your benchmarks at the beginning of the season, for Nebraska not to check off on any of them. And then couple that with the fact that, and this is what I was thinking about when I was, doing the show last week, the difference, it feels to me today, the difference between a 7-5 season and an 8-4 season, while it's only one game, it's only a 1-game difference, it feels like a chasm. It feels like the difference between being on the right side of the riverbank and being on the wrong side of the riverbank, even though it's just one game. Because 7-5 feels like no progress. It feels like stagnation. It feels like a rut. It feels like basically the last 2 years, as even though last year did end in a bowl game versus the year before, which did not, it still doesn't feel like progress. It doesn't feel like it's regression, but it also doesn't feel like progress. And sometimes stagnation is worse than regression. 8-4, while it's not super, you don't have to squint very hard, like I'm having to squint now because I forgot to put my shades down. But you don't have to squint very hard to, at least you can make the argument that you are in the ballpark of progression. That you're in the ballpark of moving forward. And because it's a 1-game difference, but it really feels like, when you couple it with the fact that the one game it has come down to is your chief rival that has owned you for the better part of the last decade. This feels like a pretty big moment.
It's a massive moment
for the season record and for just the general vibe and the general momentum around this program.
And it would mean, so first of all, I'm with you on the 8-4 versus 7-5 stuff. I think that the difference in those two records, I don't think it really can be overlooked. And I also think beating Iowa means something. And Schaefer and I had some discussions about it yesterday, and that's why I went home and wrote about it last night, because I think that this is one of those games that the program has really not been able to find themselves in a lot over the last decade. And that's usually been because the team hasn't been very good, right? Like they could have ruined Iowa's season or frustrated Iowa at the end of the year like they did, honestly, in 2022. But Nebraska in 2017 and 2018 and 2021 and 2022, when they beat them, there was nothing at stake in terms of bowl possibilities for Nebraska, right? This is, I think, one of those rare Nebraska could kind of salvage the last few weeks of their season, the last month plus of their season, which again, I think kind of starts with the Minnesota game. And I think that you want to kick in the pants and you want a nice shot of adrenaline and a shot of momentum ahead of a huge December and a huge, in particular, January. There will be tricklings of news over the next month until the portal officially opens. But man, you want to go into the offseason with something to really build upon. I think that it can absolutely start in 2 days with a win over Iowa. I think that some of that stuff and any of the momentum of progress, I think it could be curtailed with a loss on Friday against Iowa.
I think it can be the difference between how people receive whatever news we get the next 2 months.
Definitely.
It can be the same news, whatever that news is, either the transferring out of a player or the transferring in of a player, whatever the news is. If you go into that next month and a half, next 2 months of really pivotal off season as a 7-5 football team, where it feels like it's stagnant, positive news is going to be met with, okay, cool, but what have they done for me lately? Negative news is going to be received as more of the same. We're starting to trend backwards. But on the other side, if you go into that same off season with a win over Iowa, the positive news will feel like it's momentum carrying, and negative news might be more pushed back on as, well, we didn't need that person anyway, or this person wasn't going to work out for us anyway, or you know what I'm saying? Just
start with like the Dylan Raiola report earlier, and we haven't even talked about it yet from 24/7.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Yeah, but so they're reporting that it's really a report that he's considering, which everybody is considering, right? Like that's not really there's not a whole lot there in that regard. But you win on Friday. That new with TJ Lateef. That news is going to be met much differently than what if they lose and the quarterback performs in such a way where it's like, oh my gosh, TJ Lateef's not the future. That's again the same piece of news of a quarterback leaving could be received one way or it could be received the opposite way.
Yeah, and I'm still trying and efforting my best to not just look at the wins and the losses when it comes to analyzing or assessing TJ Lateef. But I know how the game works. People will look at it as, well, he went 1-2 as a starter, whatever bowl game, whatever the result of the bowl game is, whatever it is. But, versus, 2-1, everything's fine. They went on the road, they beat UCLA. He looked really, really good. He didn't crap the bed against Penn State, even though they lost, but it wasn't his fault. And then, of course, just beating Iowa is going to do that. But, the one other thing, and we're going to go to break on this. All of this is happening, whether it's 7-6, whether it's 8-4. It's all happening with the most manageable Big Ten schedule any team could have been asked to have been given.
Yeah, and that they'll probably have moving forward, barring a real overhaul with the schedule. Like you don't get these the big time programs, the blue bloods. You don't get them like this. You don't get, the number of home games that Nebraska had, the Lone Power 5 team that you play. It's essentially a home game down in Kansas City. Like you don't get this stuff very often. And they sadly have not taken advantage of it. But again, you can certainly salvage it in 2 days. You absolutely can salvage it in 2 days.
Yes, you can. All right. When we continue, I believe Jack Mitchell will be joining us coming up. And, now it's time to channel all of his energies into hate, because that's what he's all about. It's Iowa Hate Week, which is always such a short week,
Very short.
Back in my day when we used to play teams like Oklahoma and Colorado on Black Friday, the week before was always off. So you had 10, 11 days to gin
That's
up
true.
all
There
the
used to
hate.
always be an off week before
It
those.
was always
games.
an off week, but
Yeah.
not anymore.
Not anymore.
Thanks a lot, Big Ten.
Mm.
16-20 the zone.
John, your first unmute of the day.
Oh yeah, there it is.
John, it's such a good streak. Perfect
Yeah.
game's over.
Well, that's because you surprised me with the whole Super Friends thing because I thought it was 5:30. I thought that was only 5:30 on Friday,
It's
but
almost over, baby.
yeah, it is. It is.
Sorry. I
No,
didn't
no.
know we were doing
Not
it.
your-
I wouldn't have
no,
booked a
it's
guest.
not. No, it's not your fault. I mean, this was all kind of thrown together, at the last minute. So it's no big deal. It's no big deal.
Hey, you know what I was thinking about today when I was remembering I was coming on the show?
What's that?
You know what I remember? I remember a whole lot of times I've come on this show and the whole theme has kind of been, hey, look at the crazy things Jack did or said over the weekend, right? Let's look at how
Tweets.
unhinged Jack is. And let's make a bit about it. And, and I just feel like I am now sort of like the mature, calm, very hinged person in, kind of in this conversation right now.
In the words of the late great Gorilla Monsoon, Mr. Mitchell, highly unlikely.
I don't know.
One time does not change history. You are still Mr. Unhinged. Which is why we bring you on here for Iowa Hate Week.
If 5,000 trees fall in a forest and Barstool only sees one of them, do the 5,000 trees not fall on the forest?
What's it like? What's it like to have the shoe on the other foot?
It's just
here?
good.
I'm
just living my life as just a well-adjusted, emotionally in control guy going through the day. Right? It's just it's a new fun world to live in. Right? I just reacting appropriately to everything. Really not raising my voice all that often, not using the caps lock button anymore. It's just a new world for me. But I'm really enjoying this new position.
You've changed, Jack. You've very much changed.
Well, I think the goalposts have been moved, but yes.
Oh, interesting.
Well, speaking of goalposts being moved, you could move them back 20 yards, and I was still going to make the kick to win the game on Friday.
What was a more unlikely Iowa gut-wrenching, heartbreaking kick? The guy who kicked his first field goal of the year, although it was short, or the 52-yarder, 51-yarder, 52-yarder in windy, terrible conditions?
Oh, the one who blew kisses at Scott Frost?
No, that one wasn't even. I didn't even include that one. It's funny that we can make our own top 5 list of walk-off field goals in the last 7 years for Iowa.
To me, now again, it's all based on where you were and how you experienced it. I did not experience any of those other ones in person, but the 4 Milt game that we were all at in person, it will still be the most visceral because it wasn't even about how Iowa took the lead. It was how the comeback started being up 3 scores and how the entire section I was in, the sections, I was literally on the aisle between 2 sections. It was like the entire area of the stadium I was sitting in when Iowa blocks the punt that started the comeback.
They knew.
It's just everybody knew. The murmurs had already begun, and I still remember texting Farron because this was the 4 in Farron game. Hello, Chris. Because if Nebraska had actually won, they would have gone 4-8, and Mike Farron would have been dead on accurate. So I was texting him,
but on balls accurate, as Jack would say.
And I'm like, you're not going to believe this, but this place feels like they've lost. They're still up by 2 scores. It's just
that game. Crazy. That game was so dumb because they were up 21-6, and here's how Iowa came back. They made a field goal to make it 21-9. Then they got the blocked punt, and they went for 2, if I remember right, or maybe they missed the extra. No, they didn't. They made the extra point, so it's 21-16. Then they got a safety. Then they tied it. So it took 4 scores to go from 21-6 to 21
an Iowa comeback.
And then they scored the touchdown. Yeah. Jack, to answer your original question, last year's, because it was really, really cold. Sam McEwen went on a hilarious rant about it on the Pick 6 podcast this week. Like I could tell Evan wanted to wrangle him, but he couldn't because Sam just was ranting and ranting and ranting. And honestly, it's a very good rant by Sam. He deserved it.
What was his thesis?
He was just like, I can't believe it. How does this happen? How did that happen? How does he kick a field goal that long? How does Nebraska use Nebraska? Add up the number of plays in last year's game. 140. Nebraska beat Iowa in 135 of the plays. He's like, so then he went like bad play by bad play. The muffed punt, for example, how Nebraska thought that it touched one of their players. It hadn't. And so a guy dove on the ground to get after the ball, even though he didn't need to, and he fumbles it. And then there's the flare pass to Caleb Johnson, where a million tackles are broken. The one play the entire night. And then he had the field goal.
I tweeted a picture of that Caleb Johnson play, and it almost looked like a cartoon of an army encircling someone. There were like 6 guys equally spaced in a circle around him. And I was like,
and no matter which way he
scores
wins,
on this,
he was going to get tackled. Yeah.
Yeah. It looked impossible for him to.
Well, and the other thing, and again, this all goes back to how you absorb it. Because I had watched most of that game in my hotel room here. And then my wife had reservations somewhere. So we went down to watch the rest of the game at the MGM Sportsbook. And just because the BetMGM Sportsbook over there isn't the best and the TVs are tiny baby TVs. Remember how they shot the field goal?
Yeah, you couldn't see it.
You couldn't quite tell. And I thought, did he actually make that? Why are they celebrating?
Was this the one last year?
Yes, last year.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, and I remember thinking for a second, I don't know if it was something similar with the 2023 one that I wasn't sure immediately if he made it or something like that. But
I was in the building for that one, so I knew that they made that one. Okay. That game.
But that was that dude's first field goal attempt of the year. And that was with Deacon Hill. Nebraska had the ball. They had that interception.
They just got into turnover.
They had that interception, and they got a penalty on the return also.
Jack, they had the ball. They had the ball last year on their own, I think 36, and then the year before in Iowa territory with under a minute to go, and they lost in regulation both times. Like it is an impossibility what has happened over the last 2 years.
And 2019 is similar to that too, right?
Oh, yeah, because Scott Frost totally biffs it with bringing Luke McCaffrey onto the field and Adrian off the field. The whole last drive was terrible.
Do you remember who scored the last touchdown to tie the game for Nebraska in 2019? I was doing a montage today while John was gone. I had to fill a lot of time in my morning show. And so I just went back and I played clips that he usually supplies me. And I went through the ends of all of the Iowa games since the Big Ten started. Do you know who scored that touchdown? I did not.
Kurt Warner's kid?
No, that was the 2-point conversion in 2018.
Okay.
Yeah. You will.
Holy crap, Jack!
You will never guess it. If anyone in the chat knows without looking up, I will be so impressed. I was shocked by who scored this.
Yeah, John. I mean, now that we're saying it this way, you can do like an out of left field guess, but yeah, it definitely surprised me.
Who scored Nebraska's touchdown at the end of
2019? Right,
it's actually the end of the third quarter.
It was in the third quarter, but that tied it because there was a big. Didn't Cam have a big interception or fumble return or something? Cam Taylor-Britt did before that. That kind of.
Man, I don't remember enough about this game.
Tell him, Jack.
Wyatt Mazur.
Was that the game where in the post-game show Frost started going off about being booed?
I don't remember this.
Because I remembered walking Wrigley and I was listening to Overreaction, and I think you were on it, Josh, or whoever was on it was like picking it apart and saying, why are we bringing this up now? Because wasn't that 2019?
I don't mean they needed to win that game to go to a bowl game. Yep. Right. And so that was the blow in the kiss game after the
no. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm thinking that was a different year. Yeah, that's right. 2019, I was here in Las Vegas. Yeah, that was the cloudy game, the cloudy day.
Oh, it was terrible.
And wasn't Nebraska up by 2 scores because they got the pick 6. What was the score in the first
they were
half?
actually they were trailing throughout a lot of the 2019.
Yeah, they came back. Right. They came back in that one.
It's tied the game, right?
Yeah.
No, Wyatt Mazur tied the game, I think.
What did
John? You're mixing up 2018 and 2019. I think right now.
There was John's right. John's right. There was a big pick. I don't know if it was a pick 6, but it was Cam Taylor-Britt. Yeah,
I thought it was a pick 6.
Before we had like a podcast that like went like in like play by play and
Hmm.
sort of broke down what happened, and like we could listen to them and remember exactly how these losses went.
That's not a bad idea. Maybe somebody will get on that. All right, Cam
Actually,
Taylor
good.
Britt. Yes, you are right. Cam Taylor Britt
Thank
had
you.
a pick six against Iowa in the 2019.
Iowa in 2019. That was
Wow,
a
I
huge
totally-
that turned that game around. That like
Yes.
gave Nebraska hope.
Because it
Yeah.
felt like Iowa had a lot of momentum at that point.
It was 17-3. That made it 17-10. Then Iowa scored again on their next drive to go up 24-10, and then Nebraska came back.
And then you know what the other funny thing about looking at these games are is you'll have just these rando Iowa quarterbacks in almost all of them, with the exception of CJ Beathard maybe, and like random like names of people who are scoring and kickers who have kicking their first field goal, and Deacon Hill, or who was the one in 20? Who was the one who threw the? Oh my goodness! In 2021, right? Nebraska or Iowa was going to a backup then. In 2021, there was a controversy. I think they switched during that game, right? In 2021 between their two quarterbacks. But in any case, you'll do that. You'll have all of these random names and, not a lot of, obviously, Caleb Johnson. And then like 18 NFL tight ends, the Hall of Fame on every single team. Like every good NFL in history. Tight end in the last 15 years participated in this game and had big plays, right? You got Kittle all over them. You got Sam Laporta. You got Noah Fant scoring touchdowns in these things.
Yep.
You've got, there's like 7 of them who are like good. And everybody already knew this anyway, that Iowa has good tight ends, but it's just, they were all huge in these games and the only players that you recognize on the offense of these teams.
Jack, what's the biggest reason you're confident in Friday, and the biggest reason that you're beyond just that this always happens, like an actual on-field component that you're?
How the defense performed against Penn State is my biggest, it just always happens reason.
Yep.
The biggest reason I'm confident is because I feel like the way Ferentz plays poker in these games applied well. He played poker with Nebraska that he would hold and just wait for Nebraska to make the mistake. And he's done that for a lot of years. And while Nebraska certainly still has its issues, the one thing, knock on wood, that it hasn't done is make stupid turnovers. For the most part, it's not been nearly a problem that it has in the past, or make huge special teams gaffes. And they've lost for a lot of reasons when they've lost or not, but the things that they have not done, the things that Kirk Ferentz has essentially relied on happening eventually as inevitable at the end of these games. And he was exactly right last year. He couldn't have written the script better last year. That game went exactly as he foresaw it. I don't know if he can quite do it that way this year and depend on a Nebraska mistake to be the thing that turns the game.
Interesting you mentioned that, and we're going to get to our keys to the game in just a moment. It just sparked a thought, and now I'm stalling for time here as I do some quick scrolling. We are in the midst right now of a stretch of games that I'm now 20 years back that we haven't seen. I'm now 25 years back. I don't know if I'm going to find another stretch. Would you like to guess how many games in a row Nebraska's played, current streak, where the turnover margin has been 0? How many games in a row currently has Nebraska played where the turnover margin is 0?
Like the net turnover margin?
The net turnover is 0. No turnover advantage or disadvantage.
I thought Nebraska. Was it even in Michigan? Nebraska got a fumble and Raiola threw an interception in that one. Didn't he throw 2?
He just threw 1.
Maryland. Didn't he throw several interceptions against Maryland, though? Wasn't that?
Yes.
Maryland. Yeah. That Maryland game probably was the last one, right?
All right. We are currently, and my numbers go back to 1973. The Maryland game is the last game where there was either a net positive or negative. They were -3, won the game. Since then, they have gone 5 straight games with a net zero turnover margin. That is an unprecedented streak in 52 years.
Wow, that's wild.
So
And-
don't make mistakes. Don't cause mistakes, I guess.
And the game result has gone lose, win, lose, win, lose. So if Nebraska were to break even tomorrow, if the streak continues, it would be win. But in the history of this series, since they joined the Big Ten, Nebraska, or the winner of the turnover battle, has won 11 times in 14 meetings, and in the other 3 meetings, it ended up net 0. So whoever wins the turnover margin wins this game. And there's a good and if Nebraska's streak continues, it would be at 0, and it's this is unprecedented. We've never gone 5 straight games like this.
Josh, I don't know if you ever did the math on like which coach caused the highest average groin kick factor, but it's got to be Ferentz, I assume, for any single coach. Like he banked on the groin kick formula, which is late in the game, something happens, or maybe even not late, but they're on the blank moment, right? And so it was last game, we know what it was. It was the punt fumble. 2 games ago, it was the interception from Chubba Purdy. 2022 they won. 2021 it was the blocked punt, right?
If you just go by pure average and you have to have at least 2 games, it would actually be what's his name, who coached at Colorado and Michigan State. He would be who got fired. Mel Tucker, because the Colorado 2019 game was number 1 and the 2021 Michigan State game was number 2.
That sounds good. Why is he not coaching anymore? Oh,
yeah. I wonder whatever happened to that man. So
kind of
he would be number 1. Now, if you're looking for coaches that have more than that, yeah, Ferentz would obviously be very high on the list. Very high on the list.
He just seems to have played into that thing that Nebraska clearly became for 10 years. And of all the things you can say, and of all of the things you can say about Nebraska this year, right? It is that they have that specific way of losing is not. I mean, in fact, they beat teams like that way more than they've lost to teams like that. They beat Cincinnati like that. They beat Northwestern like that. Arguably beat Maryland like that this year. So.
All right, we got to run. The voice of the Hawkeyes, Gary Dolphin's going to be joining us in a little bit.
Oh, can I sit in for that?
No, because you're too calm and measured. We need someone more unhinged to handle these things.
Mr. Hinge, Jack Mitchell, you're too serious these days.
I'm afraid my hingedness has a shelf life on this week. So don't worry, John. The attention will move off you and back to me as the crazy one soon.
Well,
not national attention. That'll always be you, but local me. So congrats.
On that note, happy Thanksgiving. Enjoy separating your foods so that none of the gravy touches anything else and none of the cranberry sauce touches anything else.
There won't be any cranberry sauce on my.
Oh, that's right. You're afraid of fruit.
Don't even worry.
Take, Jack. Gosh, that's a great take.
You're afraid of fruit. I get it. But yeah, make sure you have your nice big divided lunch tray with the high borders so everything sets down in its own little bowl.
I think that would be nice. I would appreciate if my mom had those when we go there.
Well, just bring your own. You should craft your own. That's what you should do. I mean, you're very good with your hands.
Hey, John, is there a lot of talk in the Creighton locker room about how they might get to take on a ranked Nebraska team next Sunday? A lot of excitement.
No, I don't know.
A chance to kind of turn around the season against a quality opponent. Anything like that?
They've played They played good opponents this week here in Las Vegas.
Very,
very good opponents.
I said turn things around, though.
Well, that would be nice. It'd be nice to turn things around against Nebraska. Absolutely.
A ranked Nebraska?
We don't have an 0 for 29 streak. I know that much.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. You guys going at it. You guys are going at it right now.
Spot the lie.
Happy Thanksgiving, Jack. So good to see you, friend.
See you later. Have a good one.
Coming up next, Gary Dolphin, the voice of the Hawkeyes on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back. Don't forget, right after the game, well, first of all, it's the 1620 The Sandwich. We have 1620 The Pregame this week, hosted by the guy on the right, Josh Peterson, and Michael Severe. Blur Party's tailgate at Memorial Stadium. Sadly, I will not be there. I will be somewhere in the skies flying back. So it's Josh and Michael. And then Big Red Overreaction again with the guy on the right, Josh Peterson and Connor Happer. So we got you covered around the game. The 1620 The Sandwich.
Can't say that I don't work, John.
Someone that doesn't have to do a 2-hour pregame or a 2-hour postgame with callers making bad jokes is Gary Dolphin, the voice of the Hawkeyes, who joins us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. You get the honor. Well, I guess, you get to interview the coach and do some pregame, but you don't have to deal with drunk callers after the game. Though in recent years, they would be happy drunk callers for Iowa, not sad drunk callers like we get for Nebraska.
Is there?
Gary?
Go ahead. Gary, we got you. Sorry.
Oh, I wasn't hearing a thing. Sorry about that. I know I got bad hearing anymore, but I didn't think it was that bad.
We were just lamenting the fact that, you don't have to worry about doing a 2-hour postgame show with drunk callers, though your drunk callers the last 10 years have been more happy than sad, unlike Nebraska's.
We got tired of, too many obscenities or expletives making it on the air. So we go strictly to our, I don't know about the postgame show that affiliates might carry, but for the Ferentz show or the Ben McCullum show, it's strictly Facebook, Twitter, text, whatever. I'm not big into social media anyway, so I'm good with whatever they want to do. That's why you have an 8-second delay, right?
Oh, yeah.
You mean Coach Ferentz doesn't go into explicative laden rants during your postgame show?
No, he will in a very generous verbal way. He'll start talking over all of our heads, so nobody knows what he's talking about, and then he has that canary feather grin that he'll throw at you. But I heard your promo there, the overreaction, and that's what we do every year about Iowa, Nebraska, don't we? We overreact and we go fanatical. Win or lose, and I look for a similar type game. So many one-score games in this series, and it's fallen Iowa way. But I think I told you guys 20-some years ago that Ferentz' mantra is his MO is to be there in the fourth quarter and find a way to win it. And typically, their special teams and defense have been so doggone good that that's usually what decides it. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens again. Both teams rely on their special teams. Field position is so important in this series.
Yeah, Gary, I wanted to ask you about that because, the way you just described it, I think that fits the 2024 iteration in this rivalry to a T, with how Iowa was very comfortable punting where they did. They were even comfortable kicking that field goal after the muffed punt in the second half to go down 10-3. They were waiting and waiting and waiting. And then when Nebraska made some of those big mistakes, they pounced with a true freshman quarterback on the side now for Nebraska going into this game. I'm guessing, given what you just said, you'd be surprised if the game plan was any different from what we have seen from the Hawkeyes in this series over the last handful of years.
Yeah, I would agree with you guys. I mean, I don't, I'm not in their practice every day, but it's pretty obvious where they emphasize a generous portion of the 2-hour session, and that's with Caden Weegan. It's with Drew Stevens. He's now the number 2 all-time kicker in the history of Iowa football. Only Nate Kading is ahead of him, and he won't catch Nate points-wise, but he's kicked now 73 field goals, career field goals. That is a school record. Weegan he provides a head-shaking moment seemingly every week with his takeoff speed. He's kind of a combination of DeJean and Tim Dwight. He's not as burly as those guys are, but he certainly has amazing speed, and that's why he's now the all-time record setter for most returns for touchdowns. He got his 6th last week against Michigan State, and he told us that Tim Dwight texted him that morning. He said, "Hey, dummy, go break the record," and he did. And when Tim Dwight's in your corner, you've got things going your way. But it's Dakin's had a probably an average year for him punting the football. but he's 43, 44 yards a boot. And with that defense, Norm Parker said years ago, the longer you make the opposition drive the field on our defense, the more apt they are to make mistakes. And I mean, it doesn't happen every possession, but the Iowa defense, they're top 10 in scoring allowed. They're top 10 against the pass. They're top 10 in total defense. I think they're 16th against the run. Year after year after year, if your last name is Parker, you've got a pretty good defense.
Gary Dolphin, the voice of the Hawkeyes, joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. You look at the record, and 7-4 isn't eye-popping, but then you dive into the numbers. The Iowa State game comes down to a play here or there, long field goal. The Penn State game obviously came down this time on the right side for Iowa. Oregon, one great completion in a half where they couldn't complete anything is pretty much the difference. I mean, Iowa is a play away in all 4 of those losses. Is that more a point in favor of how this season has gone, or is that more of a point in the favor of, man, we missed so many opportunities?
Yeah, I think it's the latter, but you could look at it both ways. When I looked at that schedule back in the spring, I thought, my goodness, if somehow this team were to scratch out 9 wins, they're a real strong candidate for a wild card spot in the playoffs. 9-3, playing at Nebraska, at Wisconsin, playing at Southern Cal, and then hosting the likes of Penn State and Oregon, and not playing Michigan or Ohio State, and still have that kind of schedule. Minnesota, a bitter rival. Now, nobody knew or expected Wisconsin and Penn State to take the route they did, but on paper, going to Camp Randall, Penn State was ranked number 2 in the country coming into the end of the season. It was an extremely difficult schedule, probably top to bottom, their toughest in the last decade, in my view. And then you got Nebraska at the end of the schedule and so many rivalries. So to lose 4 games to either top 10 or top 20 ranked opponents by a combined 15 points, I get back to my opening comment. Kirk feels, let's find a way to be there in the fourth quarter and find a way to win it. Well, they didn't in those 4 games, even though they had the lead in a couple of them. And you mentioned the Iowa State game. I think that was a huge in that they lost their best tight end for the rest of the year, Addison Ostrenga. He was the next in line of the great tight ends at Iowa. And when he tore his Achilles, that pretty well knocked that position back, because they had 2 young guys with very little experience. DJ Vaname had none. He's a redshirt freshman, and now he's come on the last few weeks. He's caught his first touchdown pass. Zach Ortworth, the kid out of St. Louis, who was a 4-star in high school, but he really hadn't played up until this year. They've run a couple new guys out there the last couple of weeks, in Michael Burt and Thomas Myers, and Hayden Large got hurt. He's been a rock steady H-back for him. So they've had some injuries, but that's part of the game. That's part of the deal. So they've had to rely on backups at a lot of, Gronowski coming into the year, I felt with Ostrenga and running that RPO like he does with Lester's second year as offensive coordinator, that the offense would take a huge leap forward. But when Ostrenga went out, as you guys know, when you've got a run pass option quarterback, if everybody else is even medium tightly covered, he's looking for that tight end. And he didn't have that option for the most part. So he's rushed for 13 touchdowns. Mark has. He's been a real savior of the Hawks. I'm not saying he's some of the great quarterbacks you see in the Big Ten, but he's certainly an upgrade and an uptick for Iowa's offense. And so they've been able to run the ball. The key with this Iowa team on offense is that offensitive line. They're a finalist for the Joe Moore Award, and rightly so. And they've got Logan Jones from right there in Council Bluffs, who's a finalist now for the Outland Trophy. So they've been able to run the ball, control the clock, move the chains, and defense same way. Their strength is that front line, that front 4, with Herkett and Llewellyn at the defensive ends. I don't need to remind you guys about those 2. They've been spectacular, not only for 3 or 4 years, but in this series. And so the Hawks have been able to control the line of scrimmage, and that's been big in the end result.
Gary, going back to Mark Gronowski for just a moment, his legs at time have been such a cheat code for Iowa in all the best ways with what he is able to do with his mobility. You mentioned, the expectation coming in and then the injuries that he has had to deal with around him. like overall, how would you grade his performance this year? And then looking ahead to Friday, is it just going to be, asking him to do more of the same that he's done all year long?
Yeah, he's been, especially the second half of the season. Really, you go back to Ostrenga's injury. They had to regroup for a couple of weeks there, and that schedule wasn't much easier. They had an easy out in UMass the following week, but then you're into the Big Ten schedule. They had to open up at Rutgers, and how could I forget Indiana? Indiana came to town to provide the Big Ten home opening opposition for the Hawkeyes. That was a great game, right down to the bitter end in this case, and so Gronowski, it took some time to adjust without Addison Ostrenga, and the receiving core, they've been working Weegan in more and more in the slot. Jacob Gills had a nice year, but they don't have any 6 foot. They have a couple 6'4", 6'5" guys. Vandersea missed the first 6 games of the year. He was Iowa's probably their best receiver a year ago, and then hurt a foot the final week of camp, and finally got out there midway through the season. So Gronowski's had to be very patient, and that's where I think he's developed. He could run before, but he's made some huge runs thanks to the offensive line, particularly guard to guard. The Hawkeyes are spectacular. He had 2 big runs last week that kept that game-winning drive open, a 16-yard jaunt and then another 10-yard run to keep the chains moving. But I honestly, guys, I'd give him an 8 on a scale of 10. I mean, he's been so valuable at covering up the deficiencies without those guys, aforementioned guys that have been injured. So yeah, he's been terrific. And then you get to Stevens and you get to Weegan and punt returns. Iowa's usually winning the field position battle, and that makes it a lot easier for Gronowski, who's only won back-to-back national championships. He knows where the end zone is.
Talking with Gary Dolphin, the voice of the Iowa Hawkeyes, you think back in recent years, you had a Caleb Johnson who was certainly the bell cow last year, but you go back a couple of years and it was LaShawn Williams who was splitting some carries, and there was more of a 2-headed back approach. This year, the running quarterback component has kind of changed the dynamic of the Iowa run game. Moulton is still the lead runner in terms of, carries, but it kind of surprised me, Gary, looking at the game log. He's only had 1 game this year where he carried it more than 20 times in a contest, and knowing that this is Iowa's strength versus Nebraska's defensive weakness, the run game, do you think, given, just the nature of the game, that this could be an opportunity for that second time where Moulton is going to carry it more than 20 times?
Yeah, no doubt. And Gronowski, I'm not sure. I haven't looked at the stat sheet this week. I'm out here in Palm Springs with the basketball team. And by the way, the weather's a lot nicer out here and is back home.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
There's on the limb, huh? I hope to be able to get to Lincoln here in the next day or two. But Kamari Moulton has had a terrific year. I mean, he's been around that 5-yard per carry average for the entire season, and he really is the number 1 guy. But beyond Gronowski, I think Gronowski might be the second leading rusher on the team.
Yes,
he was last week. And so he invites contact. He loves to run the football. He's 6'2", 235 pounds. So he's a quarterback in a fullback's body. So he and Kamari have done the wagon load of work. But Xavier Williams is a redshirt freshman. He's gotten I think 50 carries this year. They really love this true freshman from Tampa, Nathan McNeil, and Jazz Patterson and Ty Washington are back healthy now. And Jazz Patterson has flashed the last couple of weeks. He's one of the upperclassmen at junior, along with Kamari Moulton. So they've got a boatload of quality backs. Now there's only one football, and Ferentz likes to say that we're gonna ride the guy that's we feel comfortable with, that doesn't fumble the football. Kamari's had a couple that he's put on the ground here in the last month, but he's very dependable, very solid. So I would look for Kamari a lot on Friday. I would look for Mark to keep doing what he's doing, and Jazz Patterson, it will be a factor. He's a bigger back at 5'11", 215, somewhere in that neighborhood, and he runs low to the ground. And the inside zone, guys, has been very effective for Iowa this year, and it has everything to do with Logan Jones snapping the football. Great blocker. I'm not saying he's Tyler Linderbaum, but he's pretty doggone close. And then, dare I bring up Cade Pieper, the Nebraska native from
Yep.
Polk. He has been just incredible for a sophomore, a pure sophomore. And at the other guard is Bo Stevens, who was all Big Ten a year ago out of Blue Springs down by Kansas City. He's 315-pound senior, and he's been the leader of that offensive line. But Pieper, Jones, Stevens, those guys will be counted on heavily for that run game on Friday.
Gary, other side of the ball, I'm curious as to how you're viewing this defense compared to the ones that you've seen, in recent vintage in terms of the strengths, matching the strengths, the weaknesses. Are they different than what you're usually seeing, what limited weaknesses they have? I know like a lot of the advanced numbers have them as maybe a tick below what they have been over the last few years. Is that a fair assessment, do you think?
Yeah, it's more than fair. Absolutely. And here's why. Now they've got three linebackers that Carson Shires started often last year, but didn't have a ton of experience. He's having a great year. He led them in tackles last week at the Will, and he's a senior. Jaden Montgomery, who's a legacy player. Jerry Montgomery, the O-line coach with the Packers, was a star for Hayden Fry. He's a legacy player. Jaden's his son. And Jackson Rexroth, who's a grad student, dropped down from the cashback position. Last year he backed up Sebastian Castro and played some strong safety. Now he's put on about 15 pounds, and he's that Leo backer. And they've been able to move those pieces around because of the emergence of Zach Lutmer, who's been a superstar at the cash and at the safety. So they rotate Zach with Cohen Ontringer. Xavier Wampa is having an all Big Ten year. TJ Hall and Deshaun Lee have been very, very good at the corner. They've gotten better week by week. Now, TJ got hurt in I believe it was the Oregon game. He did not play last week. Actually, it was a Southern Cal game, excuse me. And TJ, a senior, that's a big loss for Iowa if the Huskers decide to go up top a lot. Up front is the strength of the club with Aaron Graves. He's an All-American left tackle. He's a finalist for the Campbell Trophy. And then about Llewellyn and Herkett, two salty seniors. Between them, they've got 13 sacks and almost that many tackles for loss. And they're rotating a kid named Jonah Pace and Bryce Hawthorne in at the other tackle. They needed some help there when Y.A. Black left for the NFL. So up front and in the back end, they're really, really good. The middle of the field is where the Huskers, if they do damage, it would be, I think, in the middle of the field. And that means your tight ends, your backs, if they can get to that second level, they can do some damage. The linebackers have played a lot. They just haven't had a lot of starting experience. And yeah, they get overamped. Who wouldn't? So I would say, there's no Jack Campbell's, there's no Jay Higgins back there, at least not yet. And of course, that would be a weakness for anybody if they lose those two.
And Gary, it's just hard to get big plays against this secondary. We're one of the top teams in the country in limiting 10-yard gains, 20-yard gains, 30-yard gains. Has that group, as good as we thought they would be coming into the season, have they actually gone above and beyond what was expected of them?
They have, guys, because of the cornerback play. Deshaun Lee and TJ Hall. Now, hopefully Hall's back this week. I haven't seen the latest updated injury report, but if he's not, then they call on a young sophomore out of Detroit, Jalen Watson. He's another Phil Parker find, and he really likes him, and he's going to be good. But he has no experience. Rashad Godfrey is another one, a redshirt freshman from Florida. Now those two kids have got all the talent in the world, but as you know, you can't beat experience. Deshaun Lee has been solid at the one cornerback all season long. And they moved Wampa to the free safety to give him a little bit more liberty and coming up to help stop the run, dropping back in coverage, taking on the tight end. Wampa is 6'2", 215 pounds. We've had a lot of NFL scouts at Iowa games of late watching number one, Xavier Wampa, a kid out of Southeast Polk in Des Moines. And then Cohen Ontringer he's finally healthy, and he has been a tremendous pacifier for Wampa. They cover up each other's mistakes if and when they do make a mistake. And then Lutmer, he's got a pick six. He's got 3 interceptions on the year, a sack, and 5 tackles for loss. He's all over the field. So that trio, combined with the solid play they've had at the corner, has been really the bright spot, I think, in the Iowa defense. You knew what you had up front. You knew those guys, all Big Ten caliber, were going to get the job done more often than not, and they have.
Gary Dolphin currently out in Palm Springs following Iowa basketball. Hawks off to a 6-0 start, going for the MTE championship tonight against Grand Canyon, and then hopefully get in the air and get back home so you can be in Lincoln for Black Friday in the football game.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to miss that. That's always a great atmosphere, especially when both states honor their citizen hero. And I know we have a couple of phenomenal heroes to single out with their families, and unspeakable tragedies. But it's nice that Pioneer can get behind this and honor great Midwesterners from Nebraska and Iowa. It's always a fun moment and a fun an encouraging and satisfying day.
Yeah, it certainly is. And don't forget, winner has claim to the best corn. That's the rules.
Those are the rules.
Yeah, well, they're both known for their ag products, and so that'll be an arm wrestle. I know that.
It will definitely be an arm wrestle. It will be a lot of arm wrestling going on Friday afternoon. Gary Dolphin, the voice of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Gary, have a great call tonight. Have a great call this weekend. Really appreciate it. Thanks for some time here today.
Thank you, Gary.
You bet, guys. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
And happy Thanksgiving to you, Gary Dolphin, the voice of the Hawks on the Prairie Fire Casino Zone hotline. Notice there was, there's always a lot of stuff going on in the chit chat room. Someone was asking about Cade Pieper, the Iowa offensive lineman, the product out of Norfolk Catholic. No, he was not recruited for a scholarship to Nebraska. His only offers, according to 24/7, were for the Dakota schools. And then Iowa came in and said, we'll give you a shot. And wouldn't you know who won the pony? They've taken another small town Midwestern product and turned them into another fine offensive lineman who might have a future at the next level.
Corn-fed freaks.
Corn-fed freaks. Wow. What a game. What a game this will be. Like all games, it will probably come down to something dumb. I can't wait to see it and then host Big Red Overreaction once it comes to an
Wow.
end.
The way you said that had a little bit of a President T cadence to it.
What do you mean?
What a game. What a game it will be.
The people are saying it's going to be the best rivalry game that we have ever seen. My poor dad, my mom doesn't want to go anymore because it's going to be chilly.
Oh, he can hang out with me.
No, so he was like, he was like, do you have anybody who wants 2 tickets? I will give them, and none of my friends can go. He's like, I'm just going to go by myself. And I was like, wow, I wish I could go to the game with my dad, but I am doing Big Red Overreaction on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg. So thus, I'm unable to hang out with my father.
I should be near your dad. He can hang out with us.
He can hang out with Nick and his fiance. Wow. That's a party.
I can bring an extra Hawkeye hat for him.
No, don't you dare say these words, Nick.
That's too bad. That could have been a fun experience.
Could have been a great experience. My dad and I cheering together on Sundays. My dad and I cheering together on Thursday. My dad and I cheering together on Friday. But instead, I'll get to have Popeyes with Connor Happer and Peter Krenzer and Joey Colbert. It'll be a great day, except that Nebraska will lose, and that will make everyone sad. But otherwise, we'll have a lovely time. A lovely time.
Coming up, we do have some Matt Rule audio. We also have Fired Up for Football. We have
a lot of stuff to get to. We have a million things.
So I do want to get to the Matt Rule audio because in it, he was asked about a story that came out
Hello.
regarding one Dylan Raiola.
Hello.
We'll discuss that and more as we continue on this pre-Thanksgiving unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Yeah. I think it's time for a nap. I am so sleepy. The beds are nice, but I don't know. Crooked my neck last night. Didn't sleep well. I do need a nap, Doug. I plan on. The nice thing is it'll be 4:00 here when I'm done. I can take a nap and then go to have dinner. As yet another helicopter flies overhead. This place loves its helicopter tours. They literally they fly in the same exact pattern and they all follow each other. Up and down the strip. Up and down the strip. Back and to the left. Back and to the left. Back and to the left. Yes, Chance. Yes, helicopter. Uh-oh, there's a chance there's a plane incoming. Plane is incoming. Plane still incoming. That last helicopter, strangely, was not followed by another one, so I'm beginning to wonder if maybe the tours are starting to wind down. Hey, kids, there's Big Ben, Parliament. Chance, you'll be happy to know that another successful plane has landed on the ground in Las Vegas, and more happy, sad people. This is the town of sadness and bad decisions. It's a classier version of sadness and bad decisions, but sadness and bad decisions nonetheless. Those of you who walk the hallways with us after the College World Series know exactly who we're talking about. The hell was that? What is that? It sounded like a giant foghorn. I wonder, do we have... What is going on?
If that was a player, I'd lose my mind. Coach Butler. Coach, I'm in the press conference. Can I call you back? No, our fans are going to show up. I freaking lost it in the locker room. I was pissed. The University of Nebraska. I'm not here to lose. When they take the ball and they defer to start the game, when they win the toss and defer, that means they think it's going to be a game in the second half. That's the disease of average. I just have to be very careful with what I say. I can't believe the things that you say. Oh, here we go again. I'm going to play you till you quit. If you keep on talking, baby, you know you're bound to drive me away. People take things I say and sometimes hear something else. Well, I lay down in the afternoon, I start the napping. You walk into the room, some jaws are flapping. You keep that motor mouth moving morning, noon, and night. You keep on talking, baby, make my hair turn white. You talk too much. I was proud of that football team today. I was proud. I can't believe the things that you said. There was a blood moon last night. Every day. The wolf was trying to eat the moon. And, if you keep on talking, baby, you know you're bound to drive me away.
All right, let's get to some Matt Rule audio. He did speak. Honestly, this might have been his shortest one ever.
How long ago?
It was pretty short. I wish I would have kept.
Just talk to him on Monday. Really, I mean, you know, you don't have a whole lot of new questions.
Like 45 minutes, right?
Nice, Nick.
Right, but there was some new stuff today.
Yeah,
and we'll save that for the end.
Okay,
we'll save that for the end because that will branch off into the conversation. But first question out of the chute, number one here, Nick, was how's the team responded after last week, and obviously working on a short week of prep.
Yeah, it's been great. They all know that the challenges ahead. They've worked hard all week, and just worked hard just now, and they'll come back in tomorrow morning. And they'll do it again. So proud of the group.
All right,
very short answer.
Short.
Notice, unlike last week, was nothing, no comment about a great week of practice.
Thank God. We all should have known in that moment in time that they were not going to win. We all should have known.
Here is Matt Rule, number 2, Nick, talking about the poise of young T.J. Lateef.
He's, I can't think, never been a distraction. It's never about him. It's always about the team. He's, I think the credit goes to his parents, goes to his high school coaches. He came in here really well prepared. And since the moment he stepped on the field against USC till now, he's just tried to execute. So he just keeps it very simple. And I'm excited to see him play. This is a chance for a quarterback to have a chance to start at Memorial Stadium. That should mean something. And so this will be the first time for him. And I know he'll just keep it what it is and just play ball.
Well, that's a great point. I didn't even thought about that. His first chance to first career start inside of the stadium. He played.
Correct.
Obviously he played in the two cupcake non-conference games. He of course came in off the bench against USC, and then his last 2 games he started were on the road. So yeah, it's a pretty cool moment for him. Of all the schools to go against, all the defenses to go against, this is, I think, going to be the toughest one of the bunch of the first 3 starts of his career, and they've gotten progressively tougher. I didn't think that they put him in the best of spots on Saturday night versus Penn State. I also didn't think he played that great early on. I thought he got a little bit more comfortable as the game went forward. The defense continued to allow Penn State to score. We never got to see him outside of like the first 2 drives in a truly neutral game situation, And of course, against UCLA, they were in a positive game situation pretty much the entire evening. And so
Yes,
you hope for Nebraska that they're in more positive game situations because, then you can do your normal stuff on offense and you don't feel like you have to either drop him back to pass or not do that because you're so scared of having him throw. And I thought that showed itself a lot versus Penn State last week.
Here was Matt Rule, cut number 3, Nick, on what are you going to do to slow down Iowa's running game? He makes it sound pretty simple, but it's about executing.
Yeah, we have to get off blocks and tackle. As silly as that sounds, there haven't been very many times where a run's popped against us where we haven't had someone there. So we're gonna have to get off blocks and tackle and just do it relentlessly for 4 quarters. There's no secret. You have to read your keys, get off blocks and tackle.
Easy peasy.
That's
easier said than done though.
Iowa, the same way Coach Mack would talk about Villanova. You would always say Villanova is an easy prep because we know exactly what they're going to do, but then going out and executing against it. It's not an elaborate system. It's not something that, you have to go deep into the film room, but you've got to be assignment sound. And against teams like Iowa, you've got to be assignment sound. And that's where they weren't last week against Penn State. And if they're not against Iowa, while, Moulton doesn't have maybe the explosive playability of a lot of, running backs, we saw last week, it's not like Katron Allen was necessarily a home run hitter, and he gets an early one, to pop quickly in that game, and that just set the tone. You can't afford to have Moulton because it's bad enough that Gronowski to me is like a time bomb waiting to go off, right?
With his legs?
With his legs. And I don't want to make it sound like he's Tommy Frazier with the ball in his hand.
He's not even Nico Iamaleava,
but he does have a knack for hitting big plays.
And that's the thing, right? He seems to do a great job at picking his spots for when he is going to run the football, and he can make it such a problem. We'll get to Keys in a little bit. And that's the thing that I just keep thinking about is him and his legs and Nebraska struggling against running offenses. And we have seen that, in the losses, right? Against USC, quarterback run game and overall run game. Against Michigan, of course, quarterback run game, overall run game. Against Minnesota, I don't even know that. I guess run game in general, there was a lot of crap that went down wrong in that game. And then what's the other one that I'm forgetting right now, John? USC, Penn State. Did I mention Penn State? It's everything. It's been that run game in particular And a lot of the times it's quarterback run game. And that's why I think this game is really concerning on my boat, is that it is in large part because of quarterback run game.
The third phase, which has been dominated by Iowa in recent years, maybe for once, it can be an equal. Here's Matt Rule on the special teams.
The key to me is eliminating those negative plays, try to create some explosive plays, but also at the same time just a field position battle. And they do it as well as anybody. We've made tremendous improvement in that area, and we'll have to do that on Friday. I guess really at the end of the day, it's I think two of the best returners in college football. In terms of Jacory, I think deserves to be in that conversation as well, and certainly their returner is one of the best I've ever seen. So it'll be a great battle. But we've made a lot of improvement in that area. We didn't do that last week. Our special teams last week, we're not what they needed to be. And so I know the guys are fired up and excited to test themselves against what we feel like is the best special teams unit over the last 20-some years. So it'll be a great battle.
Stick a pin in that when we get to keys.
Yeah, I was going to say, man, this is one of those games finally where you feel like Nebraska might, I don't want to say edge, because there's a certain player that I don't want them to kick or punt to, but certainly it is not as big of a concern as it has been in the last X amount of years, 8, 9, 10 years in this game. You could make an argument, John, this is the game. Nebraska has not felt as good about its special teams going into Nebraska, Iowa since 2014. And that was the DeMornay Pearson-L game when Nebraska won in overtime. So that is something that should be, in theory, working in their favor. In theory.
All right, now we move off of the Iowa game because there was a question asked about a story that was published earlier today by CBSSports.com, a reporter by the name of Chris Hummer. That reads, Nebraska preparing for possibility. Quarterback Dylan Raiola enters the transfer portal. According to the story, I'm just going to read from it directly. The Huskers held on to Raiola last offseason after his camp had informal conversations with other programs about potentially entering the portal. There is a sense in Lincoln that this offseason may be different as Nebraska is bracing for Raiola to explore leaving, sources tell CBS Sports. And then it goes on to explain he broke his leg. Dayton Raiola decommitted last week. Dominic was reached out for the story, declined to comment about either the decommitment of his younger son or Dylan's future.
And by the way, once obviously the Dayton story came out, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, that was the immediate thought process for a lot of us.
According to CBS Sports, they believe Dylan makes about $3.5 million. He is Nebraska's highest paid player and puts him near the top of all of college football players, again, according to Chris Hummer of CBS Sports. This was an interesting paragraph. Any transfer decision would not be about money. Nebraska is expected to increase its total NIL rev share payout next season, sources say, and will spend heavily in the coming weeks to keep vital roster pieces intact.
Yeah, this is not him.
Would instead, for both parties, offer a blank slate as Raiola enters his potential final year of college football with the NFL draft and potential football playoff appearance on his mind.
Yeah, I've not heard anything about Nebraska wanting to lowball him or cut his salary, whatever, however phrasing you want to use it, down. So, yeah, that part of the story I don't think is surprising at all.
So that takes us to cut number 5, Nick, as Matt Rule was asked about that report from CBS Sports earlier today.
I haven't seen that report. I haven't seen that, so I don't know anything about that. I would never get up here and talk about a player. I love Dylan, like I love all my guys, and he's in their treatment right now. So I don't know about that. I don't know anything about that.
I would say that was one of the more illuminating answers that he has ever given. Knowing what we know about Matt Rule, I also would be very surprised if he had not seen the story. Because
something tells me he does in fact know about that.
Yeah, I would be stunned if he did not know about that story. And I would say that answer, again, I think kind of lets you in a little bit on perhaps what is happening right now between and Raiola.
Forget about whether or not you actually know about said story. which I agree with you. It's highly improbable he doesn't know that of the whereabouts of the existence of it. We know he is very plugged in on what is being said about his program.
Mm-hmm.
But even in the what I believe to be the unlikely chance that he wasn't aware of that particular story or it being out there in the public eye,
yeah,
he is definitely aware of whatever machinations might be happening behind the scenes with family Raiola and the future.
He was just down in Alabama, right? He was or Georgia, where
yeah,
was
Georgia.
Yeah, he was just
Georgia.
down there. Yeah, I'd be very surprised. Also, in Headley with a funny, wow, poor journalism not giving Rule a heads up by Hummer. I would say this. I think Chris Hummer reporting this is also pretty interesting, given it doesn't come from House Thamel, who usually has all the skinny on anything as it pertains to Nebraska football.
You think Hummer got a phone call?
I'm not going to say anything, Nick. But I think that is an interesting part of the story because that would tell me that it is, and this is just now total Recky Specky as one of my favorite.
Recky Specky.
Little reckless speculation, a little Recky Specky.
Nice.
That this is probably coming from the Raiola camp more so than the Nebraska camp. You know, because I think the Nebraska camp stuff comes from Pete Thamel. Anything else does not. So, yeah.
We of course remember Pete Thamel.
I'd be stunned.
We remember Pete Thamel from such hits as he broke the news that Matt Rule was coming back to Nebraska, and certainly had that first before anybody else did on planet Earth.
Absolutely. I think, look, I said this after Dayton. We talked about it on the show, you know, that it's suddenly getting into, I would be surprised if Dylan Raiola is back. I think today, I mean, look, that story, essentially, you can boil it down to, there is some interesting stuff in there. The $3.5 million, I've never heard that number proposed. And so I think that stuff's interesting. But it really does come down to college football player might leave. Like that, okay, obviously a college football player might leave because every college football player might leave. But to put it out there, you know, I would be stunned if Mr. Hummer did not have some sort of sourcing on it that is pretty good. So I don't think he's just doing it. You know, I saw, you know, a few people earlier. This is just a stupid rumor. You know, guys looking for X, Y, or Z. It's like, okay, I don't think that he would do this unless he felt pretty good about going forward with the story. Randy asks, is Dylan money per season or career? How does that work? That's this season. Also, Brian says, Josh, do you think Dylan is on the sideline on Friday? So I didn't even realize there was a rumor that he wasn't in the building. I was told like an hour ago that he's in the building. So he's.
Well, I mean, he's still a student and he's still on the team. And you still have to go through recovery, right? I mean, it is a pretty serious injury and, you know, I mean, I don't think the divorce, if it's happening, hasn't happened yet. He's still living under the roof. Now that can certainly change, you know, in a moment's notice. Real quick, around the room, percentage chance that Dylan is in a Husker uniform next year?
I'll go 20.
I'll go 30.
Yeah, I was going to say sub 30. Below 30%.
So maybe in between Nick and me, 25%?
Yeah, why not? I'll fudge it a little bit. But yeah, it just feels more and more unlikely. I just feel like there's this story coming out certainly helps bring the number down because before I was sub 50%. But you know, this story coming out when it did, how it did, you know, where it came out, namely the reporter / the site versus, you know, other places is rather illuminating. And, you know, just kind of reading the tea leaves. I just have a feeling that Nebraska's ready to move on. And that the Raiolas are willing to move on.
I think they're ready to move on.
But I will always leave the door open to possibility that something could happen. Because remember, we thought he was moving on once before. And then Scott Frost and his golden tea machine got shown the door.
Yeah,
and,
that's a great point.
And things got changed.
Yeah.
All right, coming up. It's time to get fired up for football. It's a big weekend. Big weekend.
It is a big weekend.
So we'll share it next on 1620 The Zone.
But first, Josh and John here for Underdog Fantasy.
Underdog.
John, the NBA, it is back and in full force. We're a month and a half into the season. Great storylines, all sorts of stuff going down. The Thunder only have one loss, and it is almost Thanksgiving. What in the world is happening? Whatever you do, right now in Nebraska, you can make picks and win money on Underdog. And if you get your picks right, you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. So easy to use, whether it's the website or the app. Just pick whether your favorite or least favorite players will go higher and lower. Stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. And again, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. There is a menu of options available for the games tonight and moving forward, John. So easy to use, all sorts of fun stuff. And again, you can do it in Nebraska.
And I am there right now. And look at who's playing who tonight. It's Big East legends, Mikal Bridges, Josh Hart, and Jalen Brunson versus Big East legend Ryan Kalkbrenner. Yes, it's the Knicks and my Charlotte Hornets. I think I'm going to put together a little bit of a mixture of Big East legends. Certainly got to take higher on Kalkbrenner points, rebounds, assists, which is at 15.5. Probably look at some Brunson points. Maybe go under, maybe go lower tonight on Brunson points, because, I believe that Kalkbrenner will block him a couple of times just for giggles. But you can do that right now, and you can do it. Did we mention this part of the story? You can do it right here in Nebraska or right here in Nevada, where I am right now. But yes, you can do it in Nebraska. So here's what you do. Download that Underdog Fantasy app today. Use our promo code 1620 the zone at sign up. Score $100 in bonus entries when you play your first $5 entry. With Underdog, make picks, win money. Use our promo code 1620 the zone at sign up. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. Dum-de-dum-de-dum-de-doo, doodly-doodly-doodly-doo-doo-doo. That's what I am. It's okay to say this on the radio. Mad Beats is my jam. Kind of like the insult rapper that was sitting at the corner here on MGM Boulevard in Vegas. Was just sitting there on the corner last night, just insulting people as they walked by. In a playful, fun way, of course, kind of like how I go after refs in a playful, fun way. Totally playful, totally fun way. No, that would have been funny if he would have noticed me walking by and started rapping. I'm just sitting here doing the rap. There goes the dude that called the guy horse crap.
Good people of the American heartland, lend me your ears. The greatest news since the restoration of the Cracker Barrel logo is here. It's football season. Time to turn your attention to those wings on the grill and to yelling at the telly every time Desmond Howard opens his mouth. In the college game, the Big Ten Conference tries for an unprecedented third straight national championship and pins their hopes on James Franklin and Penn State. In the National Football League, the Philadelphia Eagles are now the team with the bullseye on their backs. Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson still seek their first Super Bowl. And could it be the Bears and the Raiders might actually be good? Join us now as Unsportsmanlike Conduct previews the coming week of gridiron action. Here are the games you will watch. Here, in the order in which you will watch them. Here is Fired Up for Football 2025.
Yep, here we go. This is Feast Week, Thanksgiving Week, Rivalry Week, or whatever it is you want to label it. But the Thanksgiving weekend of sports is always a cornucopia of greatness. All these basketball MTEs going on. And now, of course, football really gearing up, getting into high gear. I saw a little action on one of the TVs last night as I was drinking my $3 margaritas. But yeah, it just gets a little bit more and a little bit more every time up. And here we go. Fired up for football. College week 14, NFL week 13. We start with the Thursday, Friday games. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Not so much Thursday. You only, as far as the college game goes.
They punted on Thursday on Thanksgiving for the NFL, which is a bummer because the Egg Bowl belongs on Thursday nights. Very sad. Very sad.
Well, especially this year when you see what the Thursday night Thanksgiving NFL game is. Navy Memphis on Thursday night. Thanksgiving night on ESPN. Yes, of course, we all remember the troops in Memphis.
Will you be watching this somewhere, John? What are your plans for tomorrow night? What are you going to be doing after the game?
Sadness and bad decisions. I don't know. Great question.
You should get high.
Yeah, John, it's legal there.
Yeah, you should smoke a little doobie.
I don't need to because I can just walk down the street and get a contact high.
Yeah, but you get a real high, John. You can make your night really.
That hobo weed.
The Formula One drivers said that while they're racing, they can smell the weed so much that they think they get a little high while they're driving.
That's very safe.
It's terrible.
Back to Fired Up.
Yep.
Friday, the Egg Bowl.
Oh my
God. 8 a.m. Could it be the last game that Lane Kiffin walks the sidelines as the friendly coach of Ole Miss?
Do you think he'll make his announcement on game day? Are we going to find out over the next couple of days that he's going to show up on College game day?
Stay tuned for predictions.
All right, perfect.
11 a.m. Friday on ESPN. That would be Utah, playoff contender Utah at Kansas.
They need a win. They need some help.
Friday afternoon at 2:30 on ABC, Not very often you get to see a ranked versus ranked, Georgia versus Georgia Tech.
No.
Was it this game last year, or was it 2 years ago that went into like 18 overtime?
That was last year. It was unfolding the same time as Nebraska and Iowa, because Happer and Jack were doing reacting to it in the moment. And by the way, this game is not on campus in Atlanta. This game is at Megatron's BH. That's where the game will be played this year.
Megatron's BH will be pushing out the Georgia Tech game.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Friday night, 6:30. Also, I mean, ABC. People they're just trying to get you to lock it down on KETV Newswatch 7 and never leave. It's Texas A&M, Texas. Texas with a chance to play spoiler. No shot at the playoff, but a chance to really be a spoiler to Texas A&M's perfect season.
I don't know about that, man. John, they win this game, they would have 2 top 10 wins. 2 top 10 wins.
They're out.
No, I disagree. We talked about it yesterday. If we're going to, John, if you and I are going to praise non-conference tough schedules, then why are we punishing them for losing to Ohio State?
I'm not punishing them. I'm just saying they're not going to get in.
Okay.
But stay tuned for predictions. And also ranked versus ranked, number 25 Arizona, number 20 Arizona State, Friday night, 8 o'clock on Fox.
What year is it? 1998. These two teams are both ranked at the same time. And look at that. Big Red overreaction, 16:20 the pregame. It's a Josh sandwich on Friday. Josh with Michael, Josh with Happer, Josh eating Popeyes.
Go Hawks.
Wow, Nick, you are a disgusting individual.
I'm going to be there watching the game.
I hope that you're chilly.
And then listen to Big Red overreaction on my way back.
Wow.
It might even call in.
Wow.
Maybe I'll just and then hang up.
Well,
will I be home in time to actually see the end of the game, or will I be still in the car and able to listen to Big Red overreaction before I pull into my driveway? That's the only drama I have tomorrow.
Tremendous questions. Tremendous questions.
All right, now to Saturday. It is the game. The Ohio State Buckeyes at the Michigan Wolverines.
God, I can't wait. I love this game every year. It's my favorite college football game of the season.
People like the game.
They do. It's fun.
The good news is you'll have a couple of other options if you're watching on YouTube TV, where you can listen to the audio of a different game while quad boxing in the other games. So will I decide to go with ESPN's broadcast of Texas Tech, West Virginia, or will I go with ABC's broadcast of number 12 Miami, number 22 Pittsburgh in terms of the alternate audio?
You'll go ABC. That'll probably be like Bob with Schusen. So that's a pretty good, or Joe Tess. You know, I guess I can literally
Joe Tess does a lot of those early games. It could be Joe.
Oh, you know what? With all the Black Friday Thanksgiving stuff, he might be. Let's see. Joe Tess is doing Georgia Tech on Friday, so it will not be him. Okay. The Miami game, Miami Pitt is Bob Wischusen and Louis Riddick. That's the game that I would.
There you go. That's fine. That's perfectly acceptable. Perfectly acceptable. I've shoehorned in this one. It starts at noon on Saturday on ESPN2. That would be the University of Florida at Central, or Central at Florida, at number 11 BYU. BYU needs to keep winning, and if they do, they'll play Texas Tech for the Big 12 championship. But BYU just on the outside of the at-large conversation, so that'll be at noon on ESPN2.
Meanwhile,
fourth option.
Yeah, UCF, they barely beat Oklahoma State last week, and if they lose this one, it will guarantee and mean that Scott Frost has another season under 500. Famously, only one season ever where he has gone above 500. So Scott Frost trying to keep that from
I don't think he's a very good coach.
I don't either, Nick. Imagine standing for Scott Frost like a big idiot.
It's embarrassing.
It is
the 2:30 window on CBS. It's number 6 Oregon at Washington. ABC playing win and get in for Oklahoma. Number 8 Oklahoma hosting LSU. ESPN's got the battle for the state of Tennessee. Number 19 Tennessee taking on Diego Pavia, and number 14 Vanderbilt. And 2:45 on ESPNU. Say it with me, kids. Big Jim Madsen against Coastal Carolina. Of course, Big Jim Madsen still could be the group of 5 representative in the playoff.
That is true. That is true.
Saturday night, I kind of fudged on this one a little bit, but because it gets so dark so damn early, technically Florida State, Florida will end under darkness.
Well, it's going to kick off at 4:30 Eastern time, right? So it'll be really dark by that point. It'll almost be the sunset time. Yeah, you're a good call, John.
There you go. 6 o'clock ESPN, Virginia Tech at number 18, Virginia. The Iron Bowl. I don't remember many Iron Bowls that kicked off in prime time.
It's happened over the years. It definitely does not happen very often, but now that it's on,
it never did on CBS because this was only at 2:30.
I remember there were a couple years where it was on ESPN and CBS would go with a different game, especially in like the Florida State years when Florida had Tim Tebow or something like that. But yeah, I mean, look at Jordan-Hare. This rivalry gets weird, and so let's see if that happens. It's not as big of a point or a point spread, as people would have expected, given that Auburn sucks this year.
By the way, kudos to Josh for pronouncing it Jordan-Hare, even though it looks like Jordan-Hare.
Yep, Jordan-Hare.
NBC gets stuck with UCLA and USC. Another ESPNU broadcast has hit the Fired Up for Football.
Wow.
Number 24, Tulane hosting Charlotte.
I don't think a ranked team should be on ESPNU. That feels weird.
Sometimes it has to happen. There's too many channels, Nick, or too many games and not enough channels.
Too many games. Big Fox at 6:30, Northwestern at Illinois.
Oh my gosh! What?
ESPN 2, 7 o'clock. Number 21, SMU at Cal, and late night with Notre Dame. That's right, late night with the Catholics, as it's the Catholics versus the Heathens from Stanford and their very controversial, problematic band.
Awesome.
That's 9:30 on ESPN.
Excellent. To the NFL we go.
We're going to have to do it a little bit different. 2 pages. This is the Thursday-Friday, the Thanksgiving triple header. Packers-Lions noon on Fox. Chiefs and Cowboys on CBS. I think for interest of fairness, they should have Trent Green up in the booth next to Cowboy Honk Tony Romo.
Sure, why not?
And then
wait, you're out on Bengals Ravens. Joe Burrow back in the saddle. They played fun, exciting games.
Day for Thursday.
Come on,
night.
You're being
Bengals and Ravens in a weak ass fight.
I don't like this.
Oh, John's
and don't forget, kids, one of the best games in the NFL this week,
Black Friday,
is the Black Friday game on Prime Video at 2:00. The Bears at the Eagles. So imagine all of those Nebraska Bear fans who are having to suffer through whatever happens at the end of the Nebraska-Iowa game, then have to turn over or split their screen or split their attention when the Bears kick off against the Eagles.
Yeah, and of course, turn on Bigger Overreaction, listen to us, and watch the ball. That's what we'll be doing. We'll have I want that game on in the studio.
Yeah.
When we're rolling. Oh, yeah.
And then on
Sunday is mid as hell. Sunday is mid. Yeah. It's a bummer. All the good games are on Thursday and Friday.
Now, Sunday noon on CBS is pretty good. Texans have been playing a lot better. Texans, Colts, everybody in that division has a winning record. Fox is going to put most of the northern half of the country at 3:05. So there won't be a noon game on Fox, but there'll be a 3:00 game on Fox between the Vikings and the Seahawks.
Gross.
And then Bills Steelers is the big CBS late window game at 3:25. Broncos Commanders on Sunday night. And oh boy, Joe and Troy, this is what you signed up for. This is why you went to ESPN, so you could do the Giants and the Patriots.
I think this could be a good game. If the main game for the Fox announcers this weekend is Vikings Seahawks, Giants Patriots is way better because you get Jameis. You get Jameis wins. Are you pretending to be asleep right now? John, do you know ball? Giants playing exciting games every single week. Jameis Winston throwing the ball around the yard, catching touchdowns. You're an idiot if you don't think this game could be interesting. You're an idiot.
Cool.
Tough look for you, John.
Check your local listings for all of the other games. I ran out of time today. Let's get to the grades. I gave college an A-. I mean, it is rivalry week, and it is kind of spread out. You know, we've got good
It's
stuff.
not a whole
on
lot
Friday.
of ranked on ranked, which is why I gave it a little bit of a downgrade.
Yeah, and you also hate football, famously. We both agree on the NFL. It gets a B, so I'm going B+ overall. Josh is going B. Hater.
Yeah, the problem is that all of the best games are not on Saturday and Sunday in both sports. They're all on Thursday and Friday, which will make for fun Thursdays and Fridays. But, you know, Thanksgiving, it's a little harder to just stare at the TV. You know, you're walking in and out of rooms. Your uncle and grandpa are talking Husker football. You know, you're chatting it up with people.
Your uncle says that
Or
one
politics.
kind of problematic thing that you're not sure if you need to call him out for.
My uncle doesn't say problematic things.
You know what they say, Josh?
What do
if
they
you don't
say?
have a racist uncle, that means you're the racist uncle.
They do. Well, I am an uncle now.
Oh,
no,
no.
I'm not an uncle. I'm not an uncle. Well, maybe a step uncle. I might be a step
You're
uncle.
the uncle that stepped
Not
up.
racist though, Nick. Famously not racist. Famously.
All right, that'll do it for Fired Up for Football. When we come back,
Happy hour.
Keys to the game.
Whoa.
And another disturbing bet trend that I found.
Oh no, not again.
Yeah. Next on 1620 The Zone.
Throw. It would be nice to have a blow. Throw. It would be nice to have a blow. Throw. It would be nice to have a blow. Throw. It would be nice to have a blow. Throw. It would be nice to have a blow. Throw. It would be nice to have a blow. Throw. It would be nice to have a blow. Throw.
The Thanksgiving is here. Happy hour is on the air.
Yes, we have forsaken dumb debates for this Wednesday because it's an unusual Wednesday. It's a Wednesday unlike most Wednesdays because it's a Wednesday going into a long weekend, and it's essentially a football Wednesday going into a football weekend because Nebraska plays on Black Friday. So we're kind of treating this a little bit like Friday, as Josh has now left his post.
Without the beer, though.
Wandering away.
You can have a beer if you want. You want
Well,
a beer?
No, just because, it's one of those nights that people usually have some drinks.
Oh.
And just in case, there's rumblings perhaps of a gathering later in the evening. And so I'm trying to figure out what's going on with my night. And so, maybe just got to be safe, Nick.
Speaking of having to walk away, I apologize. I thought I had lowered. Look at how glowy everything is here. Let me give me a minute. Let me lower this. So it's not so distracting.
John has never seen the sun before. It's very surprising. Wow, who knew that leaving the window open would have it be so sunny in here? I had no idea.
Kind of interesting that a day walker has never seen the sun.
Yeah, well, maybe it makes sense, Nick. You can still see a little bit of a glow there, John.
Yeah, but it's not as bad. And once I move up like this, it'll be kind of gone.
There you go.
Better. That's perfect. New computer, kids. Look how bright and shiny everything looks.
You look amazing, John.
It is. You look marvelous. We got coming up in this hour. We're going to do our keys here in just a moment. Got some bet trends here. Do some predictions. Also, we haven't really talked about the college football playoff reveal show, but I just stumbled across a very interesting factoid that is going to get the conspiracy-minded folks, particularly those in South Florida, very triggered. Very, very triggered. So we'll have that coming up.
What happened?
I'll tell you. Coming up.
Okay.
Coming up. But first, let's do some bet trends. Now, I apologize. I did not have a chance to create these graphically. I ran out of time. But I did do some of the research and look this up. And Nebraska, of course, right now sitting at a 6-point underdog at home to Iowa on Black Friday. I've been focused particularly on the month of November because famously, remember the month of November. But in this particular case, I just went with, well, to start, let's look at the series. It's been all Iowa for the last decade. They're famously 9-1 against Nebraska. Now, against the spread, it's been pretty even. Nebraska's 4-5-1 against the number. Last year's game famously pushed because it closed at 3 and ended up Iowa by 3. Nebraska lost when the spread was 2.5 by the exact same score of 13-10, but they lost against the number. But Nebraska has covered 4 of the last 7 against the Hawkeyes. Sadly, though, they have lost 6.
They have? Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Would you like to guess what the over-under total is of the last 10 years in this rivalry?
Like the actual number has been?
Yeah, the actual number, the overs versus the unders, last 10 years, Nebraska versus Iowa. How many times has the over hit?
I'm going to go that the over has hit 6 times. I mean, certainly the last 2 years, did I nail it? Exactly. People forget that there were quite a few of the games, especially in the early, 10 years back means, John, we're including the 2017 56-14 massacre at the very least. But the early Scott Frost era, 31-28 was the first year. What was it? 27-24 in 2019, 26-20 or 26-21 in 2020. 2021, 28-21. But after that, then it started. Then the defense really started showing up in a lot of these games. So interesting. And what's the total for the game this year?
The total is currently at 30. Did I say 37.5?
We're getting low, baby. We're getting very
38.5. 38.5 was the last total I saw from BetMGM.
Golly.
And that's what we're going with in predictions. So, yeah, 38.5 is where we're sitting currently. All right, on to remember the games of November. Now, this is a little specific, but still telling. Nebraska at home as a dog by 5 or more points. I decided to just cut it off at 5 because I didn't know if the line would move anymore. So I'm just going with 5 or above. Home dog in November of 5 or more points is 1-6. 1-6. The only time they covered in the last 20 years, this is going back 20 years, was the he's a system guy. He's a system quarterback. He plays within the system. It was Bill Callahan introducing Joe Gans to the world
against K-State.
The 73-31 win over Kansas State, where Nebraska was a 7.5 point dog. The total in that game for even back then was very high, and they still beat it by 40 points. It was a 65-point total. Of course, it ended up 73-31. But unfortunately, since then, in spots like this, where Nebraska has been a 5 or more point November home dog, not only have they lost, but they've lost some big ones. These are games like the Michigan State win, the game we rewatched a few weeks ago, 2013, the 56-14 debacle, the Wisconsin 37-21 win. But the last 3 times in this spot, all going back to 2021, when Nebraska's been a 5 or more point November home dog, they have covered. Now, it's been a big number that they've covered, 2 touchdown, double-digit spread, but covered against Ohio State in 21, covered against Minnesota in 22, covered against Wisconsin in 2022. So there is that going for Nebraska. But as promised, I said there is a disturbing trend. And that would be when we flip sides over to the Iowa Hawkeyes. In the month of November, when Iowa has been a road favorite, Iowa has won 11 straight times, dating back to 2014. 11 straight times they have won outright. Now, they haven't covered them all, but even against the number, Josh, as a November road favorite, in their last 20 such games, they are 13-7, which isn't bad.
So what's the last time that they were a favorite of this magnitude and they lost the game? Was it is it the Minnesota loss that they took in 2014, 51-14? Is it that game?
How did you come up with that?
I went to their Wikipedia page.
Oh, okay. Well, you're exactly right.
I thought it was going to be. I know that they lost a couple of times in Nebraska's early era in the league to Minnesota on the road, and so I was wondering if it was going to be that one. Yikes! Wow, they were.
Yeah, they were a 1.5 favorite at Minnesota November 8th, 2014, and got throttled 51-14. But then they immediately bounced back the following week, and they were a 5.5 point road favorite at Illinois and proceeded to beat the Illini by 16. And that started the streak. By the way, this streak also includes wins over Nebraska in 15, 17, and 19. Also, Iowa's been pretty good during this win streak against the spread, where they are 9-2 in covering such games. So there's your disturbing trend on this one between Nebraska and Iowa. So there's your betting trends. Let's should we take a break here and then we can do our keys, have a little bit more room, and then we'll do predictions, and then we'll talk about what I'm going to do for dinner and what you're going to do for dinner, what we're all going to do for dinner. So we'll do all that. It's the happy hour, 402-951-1620, by the way. If you want to get involved in the Grum. If not, if you just want to listen to us continue to ramble, you certainly can. That is your prerogative. But we will have our keys to the game for Nebraska and Iowa coming up next here on Sportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone. And we present this Grum powered by Underdog Fantasy. John and Josh here for the Underdog Fantasy app. Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, block parties, they're back. And however you'd like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Nebraska. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. And using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Plus, with Underdog's quick payouts, you get to your profits fast. So download the app today and use promo code 1620 The Zone to score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
We have the best time at your party. Thank you very much.
I told you, man, we were cramming a bunch of stuff in. I just realized we didn't get to 1620, the analytics. So let's do a quick truncated version because it fits right in with the keys anyway.
Perfect.
Right?
Yep.
When the Huskers have the football, we're looking at it. Nebraska offense, Iowa's defense. Three quick points on Iowa. They got advantages all the way across the board. A little bit better against the run, better against the drop back, better quality drive rate, better on early downs, better on late downs. Second thing, hammer and tong football. It's an old Adrian Fiala ism, but this is going to be won and lost at the line of scrimmage. Looking deeper into some of the numbers, yards before contact. Nebraska's 20th on offense. Iowa's 15th on defense. So really, who gets the push up front is going to tell you a lot. Also, for Iowa, I got to get my right window up. How will they handle, or will they handle TJ Lateef? The Hawkeyes do see a lot of scramble on defense, a lot of quarterback scrambling. They're only 115th, however, in scramble EPA, expected points added. So there can be some damage done. And I said last week that if Nebraska is going to win, expect TJ to convert a couple of third downs with his legs. And, well, that didn't happen, and neither did a Nebraska win. So,
yeah, correct. Yeah.
On the other side,
I was going to say the first key, I think, is the first bullet point is an apt one. Take the points, especially as you just mentioned in our previous segment. All these unders that have hit lately, 13-10 last year, Iowa wins. 13-10, they win the year before. This is a game where, unlike what we have seen for Nebraska in a lot of these matchups this year, where they drive the ball really well and then they don't convert, they got to kick field goals. And I'm usually someone who likes being aggressive, but I am very okay with kicking field goals and going for points against Iowa, just given how these matchups usually go.
And that's because it's hard to get into the scoring zone against Iowa, 9th in quality drive rate, and it's hard to score on them. They give up barely 3 points per quality drive, while Nebraska is kind of middle of the country. By the way, guess who else misses a lot of tackles? Iowa is just 107th in missed tackle rate, so keep an eye on that. And I think there's going to be a battle on the edges for extra yards. Consider these numbers. Nebraska's offensive yards per catch, yards after the catch, is 12th best in the country. Iowa on defense, 2nd.
Wow. So that is some good on good. We've seen Isaiah Hunter in particular really do a nice job at getting the ball and gaining a lot of yards.
The radar chart shows a lot of advantages for Iowa when it comes to passing situations. That's usually near the bottom of the radar. But there's some little bit of edges here for Nebraska in some of these other categories. Like the one that kind of stood out to me. Let me see if I had it. I thought I had it written down here.
Is it the average distance on third down?
It's average distance on third down. Nebraska's about 50th percentile, but Iowa is down there a ways. I mean, they're down near the bottom of the country, meaning they face a lot of third and shorts, right? Their average distance on third down. I think that's important for Nebraska, because I think if you've got to convert, if you've got third and less than 3, you have to find a way to convert. You have to find a way to keep drives going. And I think it's going to require just a little bit of creativity on Dana Holgerson's part. A little bit more creativity It doesn't have to be elaborate creativity, but even if it's as simple as spreading the field before you run, or use a thing called the tight end. Nebraska, there's a position on a football team where he usually lines up, and it usually is a he, lines
I thought
up.
this was going to be truncated.
And ended at the end of the line of scrimmage, and they're eligible receivers, and they're usually a little bigger bodied guys, and they like to work the middle of the field. You can throw it to that person if you'd like.
Nebraska has a pretty good one too, in my opinion.
Other side, Nebraska's defense versus Iowa's offense. I mean, come on, for Iowa, this isn't complicated. Run. Which Gronowski are you getting? Think about consider this with Kraus, or I think this might be one of my keys. I don't want to step on one of my keys. Gronowski this season, his first 7 games, his yards per attempt passing was only 5.5. But in the last 4 games, it's gone 7.1, 7.7, 6.9, and 6.7. Not spectacular, but better and consistent.
As you say here, run the frickin' ball, and it's going to be him, and it's going to be them overall, especially given what Nebraska's defense has done throughout the season. That is going to be the thing to watch on.
Yeah, Nebraska defensively, find a way to get to those obvious pass downs so that Gronowski does have to throw. I don't know if there's any havoc to be had. Iowa doesn't allow havoc on offense. Nebraska doesn't create it. Nebraska famously only had 5 havoc plays all last week against Penn State, lowest number of the year. And you got to limit those Gronowski backbreakers.
Absolutely. Especially given that he has them, he'll break them free. And wow, this looks like some sort of an Avatar-like creature from what I've seen in the trailers and the advertising.
It does kind of look that
Thank you. I've never seen the movie, but I still know what things look like.
I've only seen the first one in like 2012. Haven't seen it since.
I'll never watch them. Never will.
They're fine.
All right, keys.
Number 1 key, help out TJ. He was fine last week. John, we barely even talked about TJ Lateef on any of the shows this week. Too much, in my opinion, was put on his shoulders. He threw too much, was constantly under pressure, looked like a true freshman making his second road start. The funny thing, though, John, is in the end, he threw too much. Early on, I didn't think that they trusted him to throw it enough. And then the defense did what the defense did. Things got away, and they had to pass the ball. We've said it before. I've certainly said it a lot recently. If the Bruins were a 100 level defense and Penn State was a 200 level course, then it is graduate level from Iowa and what they do on that side of the ball. We just had some of the numbers. Can he raise his level of play? But more importantly, can those around him raise their levels of play? The receivers. Can Emmett Johnson finish, ? His Nebraska career with one more really nice game? Can the coaches, can Dana Holgerson, can Matt Rule take things off his shoulders like they did against the Bruins? I'm a little dubious, but let's see if they can make that happen. Key number 2, quarterback run game. I'm talking in a way about TJ here, but in particular, I'm talking about Mark Gronowski. 427 yards on the ground this year. He scored 13 touchdowns in the process. What's crazy is that there are 16 sacks that are built into those numbers as well. So him running the ball, if this was NFL, that number would be a whole lot higher. His 13 rushing touchdowns rank 11 among all players nationally. You got to do a good job to stress him out and to not allow him to get going. We mentioned it on the show earlier. Nebraska has allowed quarterback run game to get against them when they played Michigan, which was a loss. USC, ditto. UCLA, the lone Nebraska win against really good mobile running quarterbacks this year. I don't know if they can get away with another one if Gronowski is picking up big yardage on the ground, but they have to be able to do so. And John, I'll throw in a little bonus here. 3rd downs especially, man. 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8. Worst thing that could happen would be for them to extend it, and especially him using his legs. Key number 3, don't. As in, don't punt to Caden Weegan. The man has 6 special teams touchdowns in his career, including 4 returns for touchdowns this season. 1 on a kickoff, 3 on punts. John, do you notice he's 106 yards away from 1,000 return yards this season? 1,000 return yards. Congrats to the eventual Jet Award Yeah, Jet Award winner. Nebraska's special teams have been one of the bright spots of the 2025 season. I think you could say this is the first time when we go into a matchup like this in about a decade saying it's not going to be a net negative, or it doesn't have to be a net negative. That said, the fake punt that Penn State ran last week is still sticking with me a few days later. Do not punt to this man. I think that or kick it off to him, but in particular, punt to him. I think that could be a worst case scenario. And finally, key number 4, and the Chronicles, the groin kick Chronicles. In each of the last 2 years, Nebraska's had the ball in a 10-10 football game. Less than 30 seconds were on the clock in each game. Last year, their final offensive snap was from their own 36. In 2023, the final offensive snap of the game for Nebraska took place at the Iowa 25. Nebraska somehow lost both games and did so in regulation. If they are going to win the game on Friday, I think that it is going to come in a close, down-to-the-wire affair. I would be surprised if Nebraska was able to win this one in a blowout, which means that they are needing to make plays late in the game. Iowa, they played in 6 one-score games this year, including all 4 of their losses. So perhaps that's a good thing for Nebraska, given that they have done pretty well in some one-score games. They had the fourth quarter against Michigan State, the late drives on both offense and defense against Maryland, all the third down conversions that they picked up against Northwestern, icing things out on their final offensive drive versus UCLA. We've seen Nebraska close some games out, finally, at the end of them. Can they do it one more time? I think they will have to if they're going to pick up a victory on Friday.
All right. Key number 1 for yours truly is win the turnover battle. It's a very simple number, but in 11 of 14 meetings since joining the Big Ten, the team that wins the turnover battle has won the hero's game. And in the other 3 games, the turnover margin was a push. So neither Iowa nor Nebraska have beaten the other by being in the negative turnover margin. It's either been a push, but more likely it has been a turnover win. Now, I think it's important to actually win the turnover battle, especially if you're Nebraska, because a push has not necessarily been good enough for Nebraska under Matt Rule. Under Matt Rule, when pushing the turnover margin, meaning it's a split, it's a 0-0, zero-sum game, the Huskers are only 5-6. Only Scott Frost coached Nebraska teams have a worse record when pushing the turnover margin. Frost teams ended up 4-7. You say, well, maybe that's not so unusual. Oh, confrere, mon frere. Going back to 1973, the first year of Tom Osborne, when you take out the Frost era and you take out the Rule era, so this is going through Mike Riley, from Tom Osborne to Mike Riley, when Nebraska breaks even in the turnover margin, they were 87-25, a very good win percentage. But yet, under the last 2 coaches, Nebraska is a sub-500 team. And we pointed it out with Jack Mitchell. I discovered the oddity that there's never been 5 games in a row played by the Huskers where they have broken even in 5 straight games turnover-wise. They could be going for a 6th. But I think, personally, Nebraska needs to win the turnover battle because that's been the history of this series.
Mm-hmm.
Got to beat them at their own game. Perhaps Emmett is going to be motivated by the postseason award snubs. Perhaps he'll be motivated by the fact he'll play his last game in Lincoln or his last game as a Husker ever, maybe. Either way, Nebraska's got to do the things that Iowa does well, but do them a little better than Iowa does. Run the ball effectively and stop the run even more effectively. Now, I know that is a very tall task for this run defense, but I think it is doable. Penn State hurt Nebraska with backbreaking runs. Iowa, outside of Gronowski having that one time bomb moment, and you got to watch for that, they're not built that way. It's more death by 1,000 paper cuts. But like I said, Gronowski is the X factor. He can and has broken a backbreaking or game-changing run. The Penn State one's probably one of the best examples. I think Nebraska can sustain a few hundred paper cuts. They just have to avoid the paper cut that finally strikes an artery. Number 3 key. Field position is also determined by special teams. Nebraska's improvement in this category has been the most impressive thing about 2025 Husker football. Yes, even more impressive than the Emmett Johnson run to 1,000. The Huskers have gone from game-changing awful to game-changing good almost overnight. Now, special team success has been a little harder to come by recently. There really wasn't any great special teams moments against USC or against Penn State. Even against UCLA in the win, weren't any great special teams moments. So it's kind of quieted down a little bit. But in a game that is very difficult, we didn't really focus in when we were doing 16 and 20 of the analytics. You look at the field position numbers this year, it's very even. Iowa is very good at defensive starting field position and offensive starting field position. Same with Nebraska. I think starting field position is going to be crucial for two offenses that will likely have to grind their way down the field. So can Nebraska be a little bit better on special teams than Iowa and finally neutralize a side of football that has been predominantly solely dominated by Iowa? Think back to one of Nebraska's best wins over Iowa in this series since they moved to the Big Ten. It was the DeMornay Pearson L game over a decade ago. Have not seen that recently. Would love to get one of those coming up. And then might as well lean into the bit. Horse bleep calls.
That's an absolutely horse crap call.
I think how this game is called by the officials will be important. If you watch Iowa football, if you watch their secondary in particular, they are very physical. They are handsy. There have been quite a few times this year watching the Hawks where I thought, are you sure that's not a flag? Are you sure that's not a flag? Are you sure that's not a flag? And you don't see the flag coming. And part of that's probably a little bit of reputation, right? Iowa's one of the least penalized teams in the country. But 2 weeks ago in the LA Coliseum, Iowa did get called for a couple of defensive secondary penalties. Can Nebraska get a call or two go their way? Could there be like a drive changing or drive extending penalty on a DPI or a defensive hold, something like that? And again, this is anecdotal. I don't know if it's true or not. It felt to me like last week there was an uptick in holding penalties, offensive holding penalties, that maybe officials were a little more sensitive to it for whatever reason. Could there be one of those as well? But I do think how this game is called and how Nebraska responds to that is going to be awful telling because, again, this can be a field position game and penalties can be a part of that as well. So horse bleep calls.
I like it.
And those are my keys. All right, coming up next, we're going to do predictions. Then we're going to do dinner. I did want to mention this as we go to break. If you are a conspiracy theorist minded, you saw that Miami again is 3 spots behind Notre Dame in the latest committee rankings. Miami famously has beaten Notre Dame. Miami famously has the exact same record as Notre Dame. College Football Kings just tweeted this out about an hour ago.
Who?
Last year, College Football Kings at CFB Kings on Twitter. Last season, there were 7 head-to-head results among top 25 teams who finished with the same record. And in all 7 occasions, the team that ended up finishing ranked ahead was the team that won the head-to-head. 7 for 7. This year, number 4 Georgia beat number 7 Ole Miss. I'm quoting today's rankings. So in the head-to-head, Georgia ranked ahead of Ole Miss. Texas Tech ranked ahead of BYU. Oklahoma ranked ahead of Alabama. Same record. Beat them in the head-to-head, ranked ahead. Oklahoma also is ranked ahead of Michigan. Beat them head-to-head. Alabama is ranked ahead of Vanderbilt. Beat them head-to-head. But who's the lone holdout? Number 12, Miami, 9-2. Ranked 3 spots behind 9-2 and number 9 ranked Notre Dame. It's the
It'll be
only
interesting to see if
example in 2 years.
It'll be interesting to see if they stick with that. If Notre Dame wins again this weekend, if Miami playing a Pitt team that we just saw Notre Dame destroy. Let's see what happens. I still think eventually the committee is going to flip them, but
they're too far behind to flip them. I don't think they will flip them. If they weren't going to put them ahead now, why are they? I think there's a reason they put them 3 spots behind, so it gives them the excuse.
Then you never have to compare them to them. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
All right, coming up next, we'll do predictions and we'll wrap up the Grum before Thanksgiving on 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over, bet the over.
All right, the rapture is upon us.
What? The rapture?
Nick, yeah, the rapture. Nick has won the week. Nick has won the week 3 times in a row now. 3 in a row.
Go. I'm Max
Now-
Verstappen, you guys.
Now, you still trail Josh by 7 for second place. So, I mean, you've made up some ground, but just a little ground. It's just a little stitious. But congratulations, Nick. You had the best week last week. So
Thank you.
we'll start with you. Nebraska volleyball. Number of sets this weekend against Penn State and Ohio State, over under 6.5. In other words, do they sweep the weekend or do they not sweep the weekend?
I'm going to go over.
Wow. No confidence in the best college volleyball team in America. Give me the under.
Same. Under as it is.
To Thanksgiving Day, the Green Bay Packers. Is it me or it used for a while there? It felt like we were very Bears Lions on Thanksgiving.
We got it last year.
Yeah, but now it feels like there's more Packers Lions on. Maybe I'm just misremembering, but we got Green Bay and Detroit, and Green Bay is plus 2.5 at Detroit. Give me the Lions.
Yeah, I'm going to go Lions here. Don't really feel that good about it. I think they'll get revenge for week 1 and, in a way, really muddle the NFC, I don't know if North picture, because, I mean, part of this is going to depend on the Bears, but certainly the NFL or the NFC playoff picture just a little bit.
I'll take the Packers.
Oh, boy. With Nick's recent run of success, Green Bay could get the sweep. America's team, the Kansas City Chiefs, going up against MAGA's team, the Dallas Cowboys. Another hook. Chiefs minus 3.5. Josh.
Chiefs.
Yes, also Chiefs.
No. That hook is mean. I got beat by that hook last week. If the Chiefs win, it'll only be by a field goal, but don't be surprised if Dallas wins this outright.
Oh, tell me more.
Which quarterback throws for the most yards on Thanksgiving? There is a chance we see Joe Burrow back this week. So that adds a little more intrigue. But which quarterback throws for the most yards on Thanksgiving, Nick? So you got Burrow and Lamar. You have Mahomes and Prescott. You have Williams and Goff.
I'll go Mahomes.
Dak.
He was my first choice. I was also thinking of Jared Goff, but then I remember he's going up against that pass rush and might run it a little bit more. Yeah, I think Dak Prescott will have, though it's against that Chiefs defense. I mean, would it surprise you if Joe Burrow comes back and goes for like 4? You know what? Screw it. Joe Burrow.
There you go. All 3 of us have different quarterbacks.
It would surprise
Joe
me.
Burrow.
That Ravens defense is a tire fire.
Yeah, but he's been out for a minute.
Yeah, but players can be healthy and play well. After being
This
injured.
was a game built for Black Friday. This is why the NFL did what they did. The first place Chicago Bears at the Philadelphia Eagles. The Bears are getting 7. I'm taking those points, man. Give me the Bears.
Yeah, that's a lot of points. And even if like we're not coming off of this week where the Eagles famously blew a 21-0 lead against the Dallas Cowboys, like they haven't had a whole lot of blowout wins against any level of competition this year. Good competition, bad competition. They beat the Giants. They beat the brakes off the Giants the second time that they played them. But the Packers game was close. The Lions game was close. They lost to Denver. They lost to the Giants in the first one. Like every game goes down to the wire. Give me the Bears. That's a lot of points.
Also the Bears. I think it would be funny.
To college football on Black Friday night.
Yes.
Texas A&M minus 2.5 at Texas. Nick?
Texas.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think the wrong team's favored here, John. I don't like the cut of A&M's jib as of late, and I think that this is a game where all of the pressure is on A&M, even though they are in the playoff. They don't need to win this game to make it. They certainly want to get to the SEC championship, and they definitely want to beat Texas. The Longhorns, we disagree on this. I think that they still have an outside shot at getting into the college football playoff. They're playing for their lives, but I think there's too much pressure on Texas A&M, and I think Texas is going to get it done.
Well, if you're here in Las Vegas or if you're across the river in Council Bluffs, go hammer A&M because it's a Texas sweep across the board from your boys on the Grum.
Wow.
I thought I would be the only one. Ohio State, Michigan, the Wolverines famously haven't lost in 3 years.
They've won the last 4. They haven't lost since 2019. They haven't lost since 2019, John.
And they're hosting Michigan. It's their season. Their playoff season is on the line. Ohio State doesn't have to win this game from a go to the playoff. And now there's still a chance that Michigan could play for the Big Ten championship. But, I mean, we know Ohio State's in the playoff. It doesn't matter if they win or lose. But does that affect their thinking in all of this? Ohio State -10. Michigan.
Really?
Wow.
You're picking the Wolverines.
Yep.
Gosh, now I feel like I should go with Ohio State. But no, I'm taking Michigan. As long as they keep owning this series, I will certainly take any points offered to me. 10 points is a lot. I will say this. I think either this thing is going down to the wire with Michigan maybe winning again, or Ohio State smokes them. If they have a chance, they're going to do it. The biggest key in this is going to be, will the Buckeyes finally play their brand of football, or are they going to try to get sucked down into the muck and want to run the ball to prove a point, even though they can't run the ball? Also, Jeremiah Smith, Carnell Tate, what's going on there? I don't think Carnell Tate is playing. I do think Jeremiah Smith is playing.
This is the Michigan team that almost lost to Nebraska.
I mean,
Yes.
not really.
And almost lost to Northwestern.
No, they definitely almost lost to Northwestern.
They haven't been the Michigan that they have been.
Well,
this
last year,
season.
famously, they were 7-5.
So I'm going to pick Ohio State.
Okay.
Iron Bowl, Alabama -6 at Auburn.
Auburn. It's at Jordan Hare. I'm going to go with the ghosts and the weirdness. Give me the Tigers, and maybe they pull off the upset outright.
I'll take Alabama.
I want to agree with Josh on this one, but
You gotta take
maybe this is the time Alabama and then they lock up Kalen DeBoer to a 10-year extension. Egg Bowl, Ole Miss -7 at Mississippi State. Will there be too many distractions? I say no. Ole Miss rolls.
I'll take Ole Miss too.
Yeah, I think I will as well. I do not feel good about this at all, but I'll go with the Rebels. I wouldn't have said
Lane Kiffin. Will we know by the end of the weekend if he is staying for certain at Ole Miss, that they give him some kind of a contract extension, that he's going to LSU, that he's going to Florida, or will leave the door open of possibility that it is still uncertain?
Is end of the weekend, Sean, like when our show starts? Like, what's the timetable on this move?
Sunday at midnight.
Should we? Yeah. So So Monday at 12:01 a.m.
Yeah.
Okay, that works for me. So by the end of
Go for
Sunday
it.
evening, I
Where's
am
he
going to
at?
say he's leaving, and I am going to say he is going. I'm going to say LSU.
I will also say he's leaving. I'll pick Florida.
I'm going to go uncertain. I'm going to say
Even
there's
though the
still
Ole Miss
uncertainty.
athletic director said the decision is expected on Saturday, you think that we're still not going to know? Man, that'd be wild. But I guess for the playoff stuff, they're trying to have that not affected.
Yeah, they don't want the committee punishing them for some reason.
Oh, to be fair, that's still a whole extra week away.
Let's rush through a couple of these. Miami -7 at Pitt. I'm going to go with the Hurricanes. I think they roll.
Yeah, they got to roll because they got to try to jump Notre Dame. Give me the Canes.
I'll take Pitt.
Vandy +3 at Tennessee.
Rocky Top, man. They're going to ruin Vandy's best season ever.
Rocky Top for sure.
I can't believe the hate for the great Diego Pavia. That said, I'm taking Tennessee.
Nice.
All right. Props, and more props. Mark Gronowski, rush yards against Nebraska. Higher or lower than 32.5, says the Underdog fantasy app. Nick?
Higher.
Same. It's a running quarterback against Nebraska. Why would he go lower?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Of course, there could be sacks. There could be sacks. Kamari Mouton versus Emmett Johnson. Johnson giving 19.5 rushing yards. This also a possible higher or lower individually, of course, on the Underdog app.
Johnson.
I'm going to take the yards here. I'm going to go with Moulton to keep it close. Will there be a special teams or defensive score, Nick?
No.
Yes.
Josh always likes to take the yes on these props. I'm going no.
Like
Well, in an Iowa-Nebraska game, I think that you should expect it to happen. Certainly there will be a takeaway that results in it getting close at the very least.
But that doesn't count, only in horseshoes and hand grades. Isaiah Hunter receiving yards over under 32.5. I'm going to go higher.
I'm going to go lower.
I'll go higher too. Last week it was Ja'Cory Barney. I'll say Hunter is the receiver this week.
And TJ Lateef minus 11.5 passing yards versus Gronowski. I'm going to go Lateef.
Yeah, me too.
The Teefies. Wow.
And finally, the prediction. Nebraska is a 6-point dog, but the total is a lowly 38.5. Iowa boy, what do you think?
It's going to be a disgusting, gross-ass game, which is why I'm going to say 9-3 Iowa.
Holy Chicago. Gross.
Yup.
That would be a painful Big Red overreaction.
I'm going to predict. I'm going to do an oddly specific prediction.
Okay.
That Iowa famously in windy conditions will decide to punt from plus territory and eschew the long field goal and play for and somehow play for field position with less than 3 minutes to go, but still holding 3 timeouts. They're going to pin Nebraska down inside the 2-yard line, down 17-16, at which time Iowa will break through the line because Dana Holgerson will run a tight formation and Emmett will get hit in the backfield for a game-changing safety. Give me Iowa 18, Nebraska 17.
Oh, John, I'm going to change my prediction that I gave you. Here's what's going down.
That's
Nebraska
rude.
gets an early safety against the Iowa Hawkeyes. They're up 2-0. They later add a field goal. They're up 5-0 deep into the fourth quarter. And then for some reason, they punt it to the man I told them not to punt it to. He returns it for a touchdown, and Iowa wins by a score, because they go for 2, by the way, and they miss it, of 6-5.
Wow.
Iowa 6, Nebraska 5.
Incredible.
Pain. But at least I'll have Popeyes.
True.
Will you? I mean, did you order it yet?
John, I'm going to once again keep track of how long it takes, and it'll probably take like 2 minutes. I can't wait to get there. I can't wait on Friday.
Nice.
That's what she said.
Nice.
Dinner.
Yeah, we don't have enough time to do the whole today. What are you having, John?
I don't know yet. I'm going to, it's famously only 3:54 here, and so dinner is still a couple hours away. I might take a nap first. I got prep to do for tomorrow's game, 1:00 tip-off against Oregon.
Nice.
So it'll be a working dinner. I'm not sure. Probably. I mean, Whataburger might be calling my name.
Hell yeah.
It's only down the street. I like to live dangerously.
We have some chicken and wild rice soup from the other night. I think I'm going to do that for leftovers.
Nice. Yep. We have a tiny bit of Paige's homemade chicken noodle soup left over, so I think that's it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
There you go. And that's the Grum.
Wow. What a weird week.
What a very strange week. John, it was nice to talk to you again.
Yeah, John.
Via the internet instead of just text messages.
I'm glad you didn't big time us after, your fame.
That's true. Yeah, you'll probably go work at Barstool soon.
Barstool Bishop.
Sure, why not?
Glowy Bishop.
Hey, don't forget, it's the 1620, the Josh Peterson sandwich on Black Friday, hosting with Michael Severe, 1620, the pregame, and Big Red Overreaction with Connor after the game. So make sure you're here with us, both the Zone and 1019 The Keg. And I'll have the call tomorrow, same two radio stations, Creighton and Oregon, the Dana Altman, Greg McDermott Bowl. Have a great
Happy
Thanksgiving.
Go Cowboys!
Gobble, gobble.
Boo.